Interesting wrestling montage to start us off today for some reason. Welcome, everybody, to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. First in the chat room, Jaded, I'm glad you found us. Welcome. First time that I'm getting to speak with you guys in the month of February. Figured we'd go through a couple housekeeping things, a couple little updates and such. First, today's episode is going to be part 2 of our study of the Hávamál, the sayings of the High One. Producer Nick can post up the link to where we're on them. If they are less so, we may take a little bit and answer those at the end, but we will answer any and all questions that come our way. We are being broadcast live on YouTube, Entropy, Odyssey, Rumble, VK, Twitter, and Twitch, I believe. So all of those things, you feel free to ask us any questions if you are consuming this broadcast on one of those platforms. Yeah, we'd also like to just think of stuff coming up. Next week, we're going to take a break from our Hávamál study because Svan and myself, along with many others, are going to be celebrating Charming of the Plow at Nords Hoff in White Springs, Florida. So we're going to be there a little bit early to do some spiritual work with some other members of the Witan. But we would love to see you guys. It's going to, Nick can throw, he's already done it and thrown up the advertisement for it. But it's coming up quicker than I imagined it would come up. That's going to be the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. If you would like to attend that, please reach out to your local folk builder. They can get you squared away. Yeah, we would love to see you there. Love to get a chance to talk to you guys. And a month later, we're going to be celebrating Ostara at Thorshoff. Ostara is at Thorshoff in Linden, North Carolina. And myself and Svan will be at that as well. And we would love to see you guys. As with anything else, reach out to your local folk builder. They can get you squared away with how to attend those. And we would love to see you there. So something else during these broadcasts, if you would like, there's cool little bells and whistles to encourage y'all to donate. If you want to donate any of those fun ways, in the description of this video, those are in the text there on how to do those. We appreciate it. Y'all's generosity makes a huge difference in our ability to accomplish things in a timely way. So thank you guys ahead of time for that. Just kind of an update because people want to know our next big thing that we are looking to do. And again, these things are long-term goals and they take time, but next thing that we're looking to do is establish a Hoff for Lord Freyr. In order to do that, we need to pay off Nords Hoff. This is our plan that's got us the 4 Hoffs we have, and it's going to get us the mini Hoffs we're going to have in the future. You guys have been awesome and generous on that. If producer Nick could throw the thermometer up to show the progress on that. We have made amazing progress in a relatively short amount of time. You can see it shown for you there graphically. We still have a ways to go. We still need to raise $98,651.87. It's a lot, but it's not a lot considering that we've had it for about a year and a half, maybe less, and it was it was purchased for 245,000. So we're well over halfway. Um, Looking at that thermometer really gives you a good sense of it. And the reason we're able to do that is one, because our gods have smiled on us with really amazing blessings, and two, because you guys have been so generous. So thank you very much for those who have contributed. And if you would like to, Nick's giving you the link. You can also do any of the fun little noise making gimmicks during our program, and we appreciate that too. With that, another kind of update. So originally, when we were, I don't know if it's an update, but it's kind of a point before we get into the meat of things today. We had planned to go probably 2.5 times further through the Hávamál last time than we made it. And that's okay. I would rather these take as many episodes as they need to for us to discuss it thoroughly and emphasize things that are important than have us rush through. There is no time limit. We're discussing ancient texts, and so that's not a problem. So don't be dismayed. Last time we made it through stanzas 1 through 30. So we will be starting at 31 today. And with that, just giving everybody another moment to get there if you're following along. That's stanza 31. And that said, Svan, would you like to start us out on Hávamál 31?
Yeah, absolutely. This stanza, like the many before it, are still kind of, again, speaking about the maxims of etiquette around the hall culture. And this one is kind of an interesting one, mainly because I think Bellows keeps true to the poetics. He's really trying to present the words in a way that is poetic and I think quite beautiful, but it can be confusing. Whereas other people may have, translated it far more, bluntly. But I like the crypticness of it. It's just when you read it out, it might not be upfront understood. When he, like in this part, I'll give an example. He says in 31, wise a guest holds it to take to his heels when mock of another he makes. So this translation is disjointed because it's more like it's saying a wise man would do well to back away from those who are biting words at other guests. That's more along the lines of it, is that a wise person who sees others perhaps throwing insults at each other would be best to not partake, to not get involved, or even to be kind of seen as, supporting, even just by presence alone. It says, in the second half, but little he knows who laughs at the feast, though he mocks in the midst of his foes. So that second part is saying, like a witless man will laugh and joke and jeer without realizing that he's surrounded by far more against him than he thinks. He's pointing and laughing at someone, and all of those people around him might be actually more loyal to the person he's jeering at, and so he's fomenting a lot of animosity. And that's I think this is so true to modern day. You find this a lot. We talked a lot last episode about cynicism. We talked a lot about the scolding nature that people have to kind of dissect and to scathe things. The anonymity of the internet has left people with a false sense of bravery, especially when it comes to expressing themselves. So, or expressing their opinions. They do it without any kind of sense of poise or tactfulness or just any consideration to the idea that there might be a discussion. Instead, it's it's usually very biting. And what you end up getting is a lot of those people might be kind of laughing, but they're not laughing with you. And you could end up in the hurt locker down the line. So it's a clear warning to that.
Yeah, it as we discussed last time, so much of this is laid out in the scenario of going to the feast or celebrating at the hall. But that's a really good microcosm of social interaction, and the wisdom contained in this poem is, you know, this is why it is such a beloved poem. Is it's very readily available and readily applicable to almost anybody's life. We all find ourselves in these spots. Point being, and this is kind of something I've talked about on the program a number of times, we behave very, very differently to people's face than we do behind people's back. And just because to your face and in the company of others in a public setting, somebody says all the right things and they seek to ingratiate themselves to you by you guys teaming up, making fun of people you don't like, be very wary, because the second you get up and go to the bathroom, those same people may very well be making fun of you. And that's just a social dynamic that I think we all know. And probably, whether we want to admit it or not, a lot of us probably participate and find ourselves being those people sometimes. So it's important, you know, the premise for those who missed it last week and those catching up, the premise with this is someone who's traveled far from home, who doesn't know the circumstances that he finds himself in. He's a guest in someone else's hall. And doing that, you know, listen more than you talk, and be aware and pick up and try to find ways to accurately read the room. But yeah, there's a lot of people that will tell you just what you want to hear to your face, but behind your back, they really have, you know, evil designs for you. And that's just the path of wisdom to people, you know, going to an unfamiliar location with unfamiliar people, maybe even with familiar people. Keep some objectivity about you, and don't be too trusting, especially in a situation where you don't know folks. Oh, and just as a random side, Ronald, I see that once again you've come through donating to help out some of our folk who are in need. We appreciate your donation. We appreciate all that you've done for us over time. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I didn't see that. I'm kind of running behind on the text.
You're good.
These next two again are still kind of the courtly manner, but I find this one to be a little bit kind of reversed in our day and age. Well, so 32, friendly of mind are many men, till feasting they mock at their friends. To mankind a bane must it ever be, when guests together strive. And I think he's saying strife, or when they come together. This one seems to be more along the lines of there's a lot to be said back in the day for our ancestors when they were living so far apart. A lot of times everything was done by word of mouth. So, you know, it's like, hey, are you with Gunnar? Yeah, I'm with Gunnar. If he needs help, you know, he can get help or whatever. He's a good man. But then they come together, they start drinking, and then it's like, Gunnar, why are you always getting into trouble? Why are you, you know, being such an idiot or something? And then they start kind of jibing at each other. I feel like this is the opposite nowadays, where it's you might have somebody who's on the internet is just toxic. They move via the computer like they got a dagger in their hands. The thought that hits their head goes right through their fingers. But the moment you see them in public, or the moment you see them in person, even if you don't have a problem with him and you've never had a problem with him, all of a sudden you meet this person, you hear everyone saying this person is just absolutely vile online, and then you go to meet them and they're so nice. They're great. And you would never guess they were the same person. Now, that's my personal take on this, is that it's kind of seems to be flipped in this day and age.
Well, it's a little of both. Some of this has to do with the competition that comes with conversation in the hall. Trying to put your best foot forward and present yourself well. It's very easy to compete with your friends with a game of one-upsmanship, and that often doesn't end up well. One of the, something to keep in mind that I think this brings up and is worth reiterating, the idea of people always have this common refrain like, how about you say that to my face, or you wouldn't say that to my face. That's true. I think we front load it with so much bravado, as if you said that to my face, I would hit you. That's perhaps one outcome of something, but that's not the big thing everyone's afraid of, if they're being honest. When you speak to someone's face, you have to deal with the consequences of your words. How that makes someone feel, how they respond, it's all of a sudden a very real thing. It's very easy to speak behind someone's back and to tear somebody up verbally from a distance, behind a screen, or in a hall when they're not paying attention, or when they leave and they're not there. So it's just something to always be aware of. Just because somebody is friendly to your face, well, most people will be. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're as friendly to you or maintain the same attitude towards you when you're not present.
This one also has an air of interesting compared to modern times when it comes to feasting culture. On 33, it says, "Oft should one make an early meal, nor fasting come to the feast. Else he sits and chews as if he would joke, and little is he able to ask." And this is really talking about the idea of, one, you should prime yourself for moderation. And, don't be seen as a glutton. But if we talk about hall culture back in the day, it was an understood thing. I mean, if you were invited to a hall, it was good. But the food that you were receiving is part of, say, the overall rationing of food that's built for surviving on the day-to-day. And it was a very big power play in order to host a feast. To say, you're doing so well, the gods have granted you, so much bounty, you share it with others. And it was seen that way. So it was also kind of seen as unseemly if you, just showed up and stuffed your face. And that was like and we can kind of see that with certain modern events where it's like, this person just pretty much shows up to eat. And then as soon as the food's gone, he's out, or, she's gone. And that's kind of what this is saying is, prime yourself, perhaps eat a little before you show up so that you're not starving and hungry and then just mowing through things. And, then you don't even have any time to talk to anyone or socialize or anything like that. So this is really about not only just moderation, it's active or proactive moderation. The idea of disciplining yourself ahead of time, whether it's, and I'm not talking about like pre-gaming or anything like that. The idea again.
Yeah, we are talking about pre-gaming a little bit though. If you read line 1,
Pre-game with food, but not with drink. The idea is, to take your time with the drink and make sure that you have a full belly when you show up at the hall. So that way you can just kind of eat a little bit. Nowadays, I think a lot of people are like, please eat, because I don't want to take any of this home. So I can see a lot of that little flip there.
So, Svan, we have not actually read the text together yet, have we? For 33.
Oh, no. Yeah, I just read the off one should make an early
Did you?
meal. No,
how did I miss it? Okay, so anyways, don't know how I spaced it, but I guess I did. One of the things I think this points out is, yes, what Svan said, but also this isn't advice for, your average nobody. This is Odin speaking to an audience that seeks to be socially successful, that seeks to rise in station and be more than they are. We've heard him liken certain traits to the sons of princes, sons of kings. This is for noble people on how to approach things. A feast on the surface sounds like, oh, cool, I'm getting invited over to eat. That's the most surface level element of that. No, eating is the stage for a social evaluation. People are evaluating you. You're evaluating them. You're finding your place in our hierarchy, and you're, if done right, you're vying for a higher place in that hierarchy. If you're focused just on feeding your face, you miss the social interactions that you're supposed to be aware of. If you're eating and drinking desperately because you're famished, then you are not picking up on what that guy over in the corner is doing, or what these guys behind you are saying, or the look you're getting from, the queen or the lady of the hall, or, subtle gestures that the Lord might make in his hall. All of these things that you're picking up on, all of these social cues give you so much context and are such valuable social tools. And if you're just like, I'm hungry, and you're there just shoveling stuff, and I can throw down on some food at dinner, don't get me wrong, but if you're focused on the food and not the social aspect of why you're there, then you're missing the point, and it's very important. Random side note, this was a different lifetime. I was much younger. I had not advanced in my spirituality at this point. This is back when I was a Jehovah's Witness. But me and my cousins, we'd go to church potlucks. And we would describe it as winning the potluck if we were able to consume more food than we brought. So that was our game, is we would go and we would try to make sure that before we left, we'd consumed a greater quantity of food than the food that we brought. And that was winning our Jehovah's Witness potluck. Not proud of that story per se. It's more of a cautionary tale of what not to do. But it reminds me of this stanza, because that was like our focus, instead of what was going on, was just like how much stuff we could consume.
I think it sounds very much like a thing that young men do sometimes, especially if they're, single or living on their own. Can also be kind of a thing. Like even in the military, we were sometimes like that. I was looking for a specific translation here, because this one is interesting because of the way that they translated it, and I wanted to make sure. So when you look at this next one, 34 is one that is really used often. I think it's a one that resonates with people a lot. But the way that Bellows writes it, he says, crooked and far is the road to a foe. And I wonder about this because many of the other translations always pull it towards a bad friend. And he uses the word foe. And I wonder if that is perhaps a criticism on that part, is that it kind of denotes a very different thing. You know, a crooked and far is the road to a foe or a bad friend, though his house on the highway be. So even though you have easy access to his house, it's crooked, it's long, it's too much work.
As a point,
but for a
well,
foe,
as a point of reference, regardless of bellows, the Old Norse is Ilsvinr in contrast to Gothsvinr. So it's an ill friend, a bad friend, as opposed to a good friend. And right. I mean, that survives beyond translation. That's from our source text. So keep that in mind. And you're absolutely, it's good that you point that out.
And that's one of the cautionary things about reading translations, is that the only way that you can truly get a clarity of the translational issues is by comparative. You know, if you take somebody's, I know that in the maelstrom of the internet, or in this internet age, is that it's very hard to, you want to kind of moor down on one thing in order to gain the maelstrom. You know, but in this case, I think that we focus more on focused practice, focused religious, you know, orthopraxy, and that when we look at lore as more of a kind of perhaps comparative thing. We don't see lore as trying to be a pinnacle sense. I think a lot of people try to turn the lore into a biblical thing, and they lose something. They kind of inadvertently turn our very non-Semitic faith into kind of a Semitic pattern when they want this kind of singular translation, this singular thing. Obviously, the Bible's translated many different ways, but for us, talking to the gods and giving gifts to the gods is the way that we do. But reading and understanding the wisdom and also to the poetics comes through comparativeness. And I think this is a perfect example. It's very not particularly bad or scary. It's just a slight differentiation. An ill friend versus a foe. You know, you want the road to be crooked if you got a foe out there that's trying to get at you. But then this is comparative too, but you know, it's wide and straight is the way to a friend's home, though they be far away. So the idea is that I really think it speaks more about the connection that you have with someone. And I think all of us kind of have these friendships where we could be very far away from each other. We could be engrossed in something. And then all of a sudden you get a chance, an opportunity, you meet up with the person, you go and visit them, you even travel really far. And as soon as you meet up with them, it's like butter in a pan. It's just meant to be. And it just, you know, works out well, and everything seems to be good and happy. And then you end up, as you're leaving, thinking like, man, I miss being able to have that kind of ease and joy of the friendship. Instead, I got to go back to the grind. And so I think that longing too is kind of if you're leaving a friend thinking, man, it's going to be way too long before I get a chance to hang out with him again. That's a good feeling. That's the type of friend you want.
So,
you know,
I was just going to say, this is a particularly important one. And I think that the ramifications of it are far reaching, and it's double-edged. Yes, in one sense, you don't want to go to somebody's house that's not a good friend, so you make a bunch of excuses not to, even if it's very convenient for you to do so, even if their house is on the highway. But if you like somebody and they're a good friend, then you consider them a good friend, then it's no big deal. Even if it's an arduous, obnoxious journey, you'll gladly do it because you want to see your friends so bad. Keep that in mind in the inverse as well. You know, your friends that are your real friends, they'll make the time to come visit you, even if it's out of their way. Your, you know, poor friends, poor in quality friends are those that, no matter how easy it is, they always have an excuse not to come see you. And I'd like to extend this one further when it comes to going to moots with the folk and going to our Hoffs. Is this really important to you? If it's one of those things that you always have an excuse on how you can't go and you can't make it, and but favorite TV show's on, or whatever ridiculous excuse gets made, or is it something that even if it's a pain in the butt to go do, you're more than willing to go do it because you care that much? That speaks to your connection with the folk. And it also, specifically in terms of our Hoffs, that's a reflection of your relationship with the gods as well. Is, Thor's Hoff. Are you a good enough friend to Thor that you make the time to go to his Hoff, even if it's not convenient for you? Or even though you live 20 minutes away, you just can't quite find that reason to show up because, life and got to let the dog out and whatever else you want to say. And I think that's a really important thing for us all to do an audit of our behavior and our attitude towards things and see where we're at on that. You put your resources where your mouth is. And yeah, we hear that in terms of money all the time, but time is a valuable resource as well. Time, convenience. Are you willing to invest of yourself into these friendships to make them work and to get the most out of it? Be it relationship with our gods, relationship with your friends, relationship with your AFA brothers and sisters, relationships with your family. Are you willing to put in the time to travel to them? Because this is all about mindset. It says your friends are close with an easy path, even if they're really far away and the path is very difficult and anything but easy. You perceive it as no big deal because you care so much. Or even if they're on the way home and they're right there and it's the easiest thing in the world to get to it, if you really don't like the person, you will create reasons to make that path long and treacherous and just undoable. So I think we'd all do well to keep that in mind.
This next one has a really, I love the way it's written in Old Norse. And it's the only part of it that's really stuck with me. But in 35, it says, forth shall one go, nor stay as a guest in a single spot forever. Love becomes loathing if long one sits by the hearth in another's home. I really, really like it because the Old Norse is Luver veder leder ef lenke sitter. Love turns to loathing. I love the idea that it's wise to keep stock at your presence, and sometimes in the way it might inconvenience people. When you take a guest, when you are a guest, you should consider that you don't sit too long or stay about too long. It has to be just perfectly timed in order to not be so burdensome that it throws off the flow of the house. And then you end up leaving with that joyous sense of, man, it was so nice, instead of it was like, man, it was nice, but or something of that nature. It's that timing. It's knowing when to pull the ripcord. It's knowing when to pop smoke and get out of there.
That's, again, it's hard to encapsulate these things in. I'm tripping over my words here, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. When we view this like perhaps biblical verses are viewed, to where we hyper focus on its particulars, sometimes we lose its broader application. And there's so much wisdom in these stanzas to be passed to us that's very, very relevant in a lot of different ways and can be learned from. These social dynamics in a principled way, and this is the thing with our faith. The principles are timeless. The circumstance and the situation is going to look really different depending on place and depending on time. But the wisdom in the Hávamál specifically is just as applicable in 900 as it is in 2024. And before I elaborate a little bit more, I just want to point out the Phelps family blew the victory horn for $20 and said, "Hail the McNally, hail the AFA," and then hashtag bestest Hoff. So there's that. But we appreciate your $20. As always, thank you very much. You too can blow the victory horn for a $20 donation. So keep that in mind. All right, that said, a little bit more I want to say about the stanza. There is a, I've mentioned this before, in original Aryan language, the very oldest roots of the word host and guest are the same word. And it diverged at some point from that concept, but there's a reciprocity and there's a delicate balance between being guest and host. And yeah, if you show up to somebody's house and you know they're waiting for you to leave so they can go on with their family's business, and you just aren't going to, or if you stay there and you're literally eating them out of house and home, they don't want to be impolite, and they're balancing the desire to be polite with their growing resentment for perhaps some of their politeness that they're doing. So some of it has to do with, you in this instance being a bad guest, but some of it also has to do with them and not being, forthcoming with what they think. It's one of the things when we have a freer discourse with our friends and those close to us, sometimes if you give them a hint, it's less bad than if you sit around and you grow resentful of it. So yes, don't stay too long at the party. Don't be burdensome. Don't stay after the host kind of gives you hints they want you to leave. But as a host, before you get upset, did you mention like, "Hey, Svan, you want to be getting on home? We got stuff to do in the morning." At some point, that is a greater kindness than, sitting there gritting your teeth and being upset as Svan sits by the fire and eats all your food till, 7 a.m. So I think there's value in expanding the application of that there.
Yeah, I was looking when you said it. I looked it up real quick about the etymology, and the Gast is from the old Proto-Germanic. It meant stranger, a guest, and a host. It was used for all of that. It could mean someone who was not known, someone who was known and welcome, or the one welcoming others. So it had a lot of uses. And the really cool thing that was written is the most likely of root sense of the word was someone who is or has reciprocal duties of hospitality, or to give what is given to. So I think in the sense of the enemy is like you're giving to the enemy what the enemy is going to give to you, and you give to your guest what the guest gives to you.
All of our social
So
interaction, and this is what our interaction with the gods is built upon, is the cycle of exchange from one to the other. It's a process of gifting, of sharing. That same idea of guest and host being two sides of the same coin, part of one cycle of building relationship, is very fundamental to Asatru. I also want to note that while we're doing this, Brandy blew the victory horn for $20. We appreciate that, Brandy. Blowing the victory horn for the hashtag bestest Hoff. Thanks to our producer, Nick. You're the best.
I knew someone in another Hoff wasn't going to let that sit. I'm not surprised it was Brandy.
It's two people from it's two. This is doubled down. This is two people both affirming twice over that Baldur's Hoff is the bestest Hoff. So everybody else got to catch up.
I thought the first was from Odin's.
No, it was from the Phelpses.
Oh.
All right. So with that, we flip the page. We're on 36.
Yeah, 36 is an interesting one because I think a lot of people might use it to kind of soften, or maybe perhaps I see it often laid upon too much as a sense of like accepting as opposed to always desiring for the better. I think that the idea of being the master of your home is interesting, but it precludes something. I've seen people kind of say like, well, I got this and that's what I got. And that's good, but it's like they don't want a desire for more. They don't want desire for better. So 36 is better a house, though a hut it be. A man is a master at home. A pair of goats and a patched up roof are far better than begging. And I think that's what sets the idea of the trajectory of this statement, is that there is a kind of one for one. And so it leads you to say, well, what is better than my pair of goats and patched up roof? What is better than what I have now? And I think that it ultimately is saying that, first off, you don't want to be, one of that's forced to, scratch at the palms of your fellow kinsmen or what have you. I mean, unless tragedy befalls you, you don't want that to be just your natural state. And but then it's the question is do you want better? Do you want more? Can you make things better? Do you strive for success? And then, you could be the one that's looking back into where you were and want your other folk to be better. You want them to get and push forward. I think that's this one sometimes might allude to people saying, well, I got this and this is good enough. I think it's more along the lines that you have this because you're not that, but where you are, could you be looking back at where you are now in the future, wanting more, wanting better? And I think that's a key and subtle thing that's being said here. And better doesn't necessarily mean bigger or what have you. It could be more functional. It could be more independent. It could be, more comforts or the ability to take care of certain people in your family because they need help. And there's a lot of things that are the baseline for success, but you should want it.
That's a thing that goes back to what I mentioned on the previous stanzas. This isn't generic advice for for the thrall. This is advice for those who want to achieve more. This is the God of Kings giving wisdom to noble people to become their best. And it would mean something very different. Yeah, if you read that verse to lowly people that were lowly of spirit and lowly of mind as well, then yeah, be happy with your shack that's got a hole in the roof and your couple of goats, and be happy with that. At least you're not begging. When that's said to the son of a prince, when that's said to one who's noble and wants more, the point is about, even if it's of low means, self-reliance is better than having to rely on the goodwill of others. It's an idea of seizing control of your life and appreciating building from what you have rather than basing all of your ability on the whims of other people. It's a nod towards self-reliance, because the text itself, a fair reading of it makes it, yeah, they're describing a very not great home and a very not great farm with just a pair of goats, but it's yours and it's a place to start from. When you're reliant upon the charity of others, that can get shut off at a moment's notice. That's on the whims of someone else. This allows you as a man to be able to exercise your will from your own resources. And self-reliance this is one of the reasons that self-reliance is one of our noble virtues. And as you'll see here, the next verse doubles down on that.
And you also notice that in the beginning there is this is another repeat, and I'm of a firm belief that these repeat entry parts were more than just perhaps verse. I guess just filling in spots, if you will. I really think these are signposts that they're going to start shifting into other concepts and ideas, and so these kind of double tap verses are a sign, that as you get to a certain point, you want to start turning your poem in a different direction, or remembering the verses that follow that road sign in the verses. So again, you see, better a house, though a hut it be. A man is a master at home. His heart is bleeding who needs must beg, when food he fain would have. And so obviously those first two lines, same as in 36. But the latter part is, of course, a man who must struggle, a man who must beg. His heart bleeds. If you have any ounce of worth to your pride, the lowest, is the most heart-wrenching thing is to be a slave, to be a prisoner, or to be a beggar. And the idea is that there's above all things, you shan't find yourself in these situations unless really, really dire. And even then, it should always be of the mindset that you're trying to get out of that, to get away from that, and to fix and rectify that life, so that you can be a freestanding person and have your own will and your own movement forward. It was so intrinsically hurtful to our ancestors in relation to the idea of kind of being compressed because of our deeds, or other people's deeds in reaction to, or however you want to look at it. Is the idea is you just didn't want to end up being that way, so you desperately try to work your life at not being closed down, and that your weird and your orlog is no longer able to implement itself upon the world. Now, these next two Oh, since we were talking last, and somebody asked, what were your favorites? I think now I am kind of zeroing in on what perhaps is my favorite, but this one is also a really, really good one. Number 38. Away from his arms, in the open field, a man should fare not afoot, for never he knows when the need for a spear shall arise on the distant road. This one is, I think, quoted quite often. It does bring up some concepts about the idea of being able to be armed, being an armed person, both in Anglo-Saxon culture and in Nordic culture, was absolutely a sign of freedom, and that you should not step away from your arms. But in this case, too, as you're speaking of the fact that this is coming from Lord Woden, is paramount. The idea that you never know when you might find yourself to have to rise up to an occasion that you never, suspected was coming. And so the ways in which you prepare for those things should always be at least in the direct periphery of your mental state. This is one that really emphasizes that we are a warrior's religion, we are a warrior faith, and I think this one absolutely keys in with a lot of people who are, former military and things like that.
Yeah, this one is one of the more popular ones. I think it gets used a lot, and I think it very often is dumbed down to people wanting to talk about rights to carry weapons in, odd and socially less acceptable circumstances as like justification. And I'm not faulting that. I'm all for people being able to keep and bear arms. I'm all about it. But there's more to this than that. It's about preparedness. And it's about when you go places, you don't know what you're going to find when you get there. So be prepared. One of the most effective weapons that you have in any circumstance isn't a sidearm. It's not a sword. It's not a spear. It's having your wits about you and being situationally aware of what's available, what's going on, where people are in relationship to you, and seeing danger before it comes at you. So, though in a literal sense, yeah, when you go traveling, keep your weapons close at hand. I get it. But I think there is deep wisdom here about keep your head on a swivel and be aware of where you're at.
Let's see. We're doing 39. Or is it 38? I got 39. And this is another thing that's kind of interesting. The interesting thing about Bellows, and I think the reason why we chose him, was he doesn't remove verses a lot, and you'll find translations kind of omit away certain translations to make sure that it just kind of has congruence, or perhaps there's a question about other things. Now the other part is that this verse sometimes is, in other translations, is added in or brought down to stanza 40 and added into it, depending on how it was written and translated. Whereas Bellows kind of separates this and finds the spot to place it in that would fit well in relation to everything else. So here, 39. If wealth a man has won for himself, let him never suffer need. Oft he saves for a foe what he plans for a friend. For much goes worse than we wish. So I've always taken this as a two-part. The first part of this is that, you know, the wealth of a man, if he has gained worth through hard work, then he has done it well. It is an ill sign to see him suffer for need, or to be of, you know, a struggling nature. But the second half is kind of, I see as, you know, oft he saves for a foe that he plans for a friend, is more along the lines that we are in preparedness oftentimes for the negative when we should be perhaps in preparedness for the positive. That we oftentimes amass or think of things in the worst case scenarios, when in reality, if we do take the time to consider building friendships and community, that when things do get bad, we have help. A lot of people, I think, nowadays look at certain interactions as detriment. And so they, you know, they prepare, or they work their life, or they just want to be absolutely independent, and they don't want to have to rely on anyone. And there's that sense of individuality that is so venomous to the point where you end up kind of becoming unrelatable. And you don't take the time to understand that perhaps working towards having friendships, working towards the benefits that you have and sharing them with your friends can help and go a very long way when you're in need. So that's what this one is kind of interesting. I've always just taken it that way, is don't be a doom pill so much as you need to, you know, garner friendships and spend your time and your efforts and the things that you've won to share moments with friends. Not only that, because again, a simple moment of, whether it's, you know, an arrow or a spear, as they would say, and you know, you might dodge arrows and spears, but you know, Hellas Hall has all the calamities of mankind within it. It might catch you, and so you spend all this time kind of fortifying yourself as an island, and then it's lost because you never built any sense of anyone mourning your loss if you got sick. So I like this stanza. This isn't my absolute favorite, but these three are really kind of, I enjoy them because they're a little bit.
I've got a different take on that one, and I'd like to first acknowledge Michael Cosgrove blowing the victory horn for a $20 donation. Thank you, Michael. What Hoff is the best, and why should everyone go there for Charming of the Plow? Well, that would depopulate y'all's Nordshof event, Michael. I mean, if everybody came out to Odenshof for Charming of the Plow, I know you guys have put a lot of effort into having it at Nordshof as well. You guys would be kind of high and dry if everybody came to the best Hof. But I will be at Nordshof for Charming the Plow and foregoing the Charming at my home Hof, Odenshof. And that's obviously the point you're getting at. I would encourage everyone, and I'll say it one more time on here. We got Charming of the Plow at Nordshof coming up in a week and 2 days in White Springs, Florida at Nordshof. Please make an effort to get there. Svan and I will be there. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there. Looking forward to meeting you guys. Looking forward to celebrating Charming of the Plow at Nords' amazing Hoff. And it will have been a full year since I've been there. It doesn't seem like it's been that long. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. As far as the stanza, what I feel very much is being imparted here. Don't be stingy. And I think this goes well with the rune poems when Svan and I talked about those, a number of months back. A dragon sits on his wealth and festers and is corrupted by it and doesn't get any joy out of it. He just sits there and keeps it to himself instead of circulating his energy. This talks about, money comes and money goes. A lot of people will save up, and they're always saving for something in the future, and they're always saving for when they need it, and they're always saving for this, and then they get hit by a bus, 3 weeks into their 4-week plan, and it was all for naught. Enjoy the resources that you've garnered for yourself. If you've been successful, use that success to benefit yourself and your family and your friends. Get benefit out of it while you have it, instead of saving it up, because one day your enemy can just come snatch it from you. And that's the thing. If you're just saving up a hoard for one day, and this is okay, so I often get on the wrong side of preppers with some of my talk about prepping. There's plenty to be said for being prepared and having a reasonable plan on it. There's other people that have squandered their entire life preparing for an apocalypse that doesn't happen, at the cost of all that opportunity cost between now and then of enjoying those resources. A lot of people's prep plan is to enjoy their life, have a certain amount of weapon and cunning, and then when the time comes, just go and take all the preparation for those guys that spent their whole life storing it up for them, because that's the storehouse of supplies. That's a solid prepping plan from a lot of people, is knowing where everybody else is stashing their stuff so they can come take it when it's game time. And I think that's what's meant here by saving up, what could be spent on a friend for the foe to take. Stuff happens, and you never know how long you've got or what the future holds for you. And sometimes it's not what you want, or your plans go awry. This isn't an advice to be frivolous and wasteful, but enjoy what you have. We've all heard those tragic stories of, the homeless guy with $1 million in his paper sack in his shopping cart, who's lived his whole life this miser, and they're sitting on a fortune that they could have used to get a whole lot more out of their life and have a whole lot more celebration. So I think that's important. You can obviously take it too far, and I don't think Google wants me to use the term that comes to mind when people get a whole bunch of money and then blow it on frivolous things. But you guys can draw connections on that. There's a reason it's called that. So carry on.
Well, and I was looking in the chat and just seeing some really good insights there. And yeah, absolutely. There is no real true point of there's only the moment now. Everything in the past is a memory, and everything in the future is an imagination. And sometimes it is good to imagine and to focus and to plan. But at the end of the day, are you sacrificing all of your present moment for the projections? That's where it really, really kind of is where Lord Vodin's saying that you should, take a step back. And I think that's really interesting, I think I speak about it often when we talk about the gods and the way that they have seen so many lives. They have seen so many waves of our actions and the things that we go through and we do. And again, it's such a clear understanding in the poetics that, that the Asas know that our time is fleeting, And in truth, that's the glory of what makes us wanting to be seen by the gods, wanting to be witnessed by the gods, is because we have these moments. But if you squander it away for these only for future moments, you're going against, I think, a great amount of the very vitality of our faith. So let's see this. Okay, so in this stanza 40, and it's the way that Bellows writes it is not my favorite, but this is probably my favorite stanza. So none so free with gifts or food have I found, that gladly he took not a gift, nor one who is so widely scattered his wealth, that of recompense hatred he had. And I remember when I was very new to Asatru, and I remember somebody saying it in a very different way, but it hit home. It was, that none was so lowly that they could not. None were so rich that they could not accept a gift, or none were so lowly that they could not accept a gift. None were so rich that they could not ask for what they rightly deserved. Actually, I got that backwards. I knew I was going to do it. So none are so rich that they cannot accept a gift, and none so lowly that they cannot ask for what they rightly deserve. And I think what that really got to me is about knowing your worth, and kind of leaning back to what you had said before about the idea that if you are someone who has amassed much from the goodness of your work ethic, your deeds, or whatever it might be that got you, the idea of sitting on that and never spending any of it is kind of the idea is like you're so wealthy that you can't accept someone, trying to give you something or being friends with you. And then at the same time, knowing your worth when you're trying to be something more. I know that in my field of work, that is a big thing, is the idea is the difference between, like, say, gouging a customer, but also asking for a goodly price based worth off of your craft is kind of a very hard and liminal thing to nail down. And so I think it's kind of cautioning. I think that Lord Vodun's saying, like, if you win much and you gain much, don't ever be so closed off that you can't accept a gift from someone, especially perhaps someone who has a less than you, is that a gift is still has that value. But if you're also you don't have much, never be afraid to ask for some of the craft and the deed or the knowledge or whatever it may be that you have. You have to see yourself as value. And I think that's something that's always we're doing throughout the Hávamál that we keep bringing up is you're being judged, but you are also judging. You're finding your place in the hierarchy, but that place should be owned with the caveat that you want more or that you want better, but you should also own the square you're in and become a master of it too. It's I see it a lot, like even in the Marine Corps, they talk about it a lot is, it's good to be a leader, but sometimes you got to shut up and be a follower. You got to know how to be a good follower because you know what it's like to lead people and how hard it can be. So, show up. There's a lot of that being played throughout the Hávamál, and everything is kind of listed as almost like being on a hinge. The fulcrum can swing both ways and have two kind of overall knowledge being presented in the stanzas.
See, and I think that a lot of these stanzas can be applied reciprocally in different situations. To me, the wisdom of this stanza is it's very easy for us, especially in the age that we live in. We see people with the whole eat the rich attitude all the time, like you can take advantage of rich people. This says, even never is one so giving and so like abundant in their gifts that they don't appreciate when somebody gives them something. And that's the thing. The richest guy in the world, still everybody appreciates a gift. And that, nobody has given so much and gives so freely that they're going to turn it down when somebody makes an effort to pay them back. Don't feel like, they're rich, they can afford it, and take advantage of folks. Don't feel like, they're rich, what do they need me to give them a gift for? Because it's the right thing to do. And doing the right thing in circumstances where perhaps somebody doesn't need it, but it's still the right thing to do, bears fruit and is valuable. And that's kind of stuff gets remembered at different times. So much of this is about building your reputation. If you assume that the Lord that's entertaining you is so rich that he doesn't need you to fulfill your obligations as a guest, you're sorely mistaken. And that's the thing. We've talked before about the reciprocity of Lord and retainer and of giving gifts and exchanging gifts. The gift cycle is the key to all the things that we do. And it's, in a lot of ways, it is the thought that counts. A very rich person appreciates gifts. And, a king, if another king gives him a gift, is going to give him some big, lavish, kingly gift. But if a peasant gives him a gift, it's just as appreciated, maybe more so, depending on what's given. I've often mentioned this as a adult to a child. If a child gives you something that's of no material value, but it's something they put thought into because they care about you and they wanted to do something nice for you, it is tremendously valuable. All the more so if you've got lots of stuff. Last thing you need is more stuff. But what you do need is the love and the appreciation of a child. So it's one of the things, giving a gift is always well received, even if you're giving a gift to someone who has no need of it. The principle of you giving means a lot. And, the richest person in the world goes and, loans you some money. Yeah, they're not going to be hurt if you stiff them, but they're going to appreciate it if you pay them back, because the gesture is what matters, not the dollar value. And in the inverse, those subtle slights will be remembered. And if you find yourself in a spot where you really could use that friend that's got means, they're not going to be anywhere around.
And I think that this is the point in which we start really tackling the gift cycle that you spoke of. And I think that it's miscued often in our modern devotion and cultural practices, because I think a lot of people don't realize, perhaps, like a lot of religions nowadays might not have cultural context. There is life at the church, but perhaps not a lot. The variables between people going there and coming home might have great differences. Whereas in our faith, there is a kind of cultural congruence that goes beyond just going to the Hoff or holding bloat and things like that. And I think gift giving is one of those things. And I think that as of late, a lot of people have kind of twisted this just as much as with, say, perhaps kneeling or standing up in respect, or kneeling in respect. It's this one always seems to be kind of that looming thing where our culture is still trying to work it out because it might be conflicting with modern ideals, or they're trying to reject certain things just to spite it. And I think this is really one of those sections that covers a lot of this. And we can hopefully, make some clarity. 41. Friends shall gladden each other with arms and garments, weapons and vestments and things, as each for himself can see. Gift givers' friendship or generous friendships are longest found if fair their fates may be. So, in essence, friends will give each other gifts. That cycle of gift giving will oftentimes be established, and I think this happens almost naturally sometimes in really good friendships where, oh, I got you this time, and then like later on that person's like, oh, I remember that one time I got you this time, and it starts this kind of just more or less a cycling of bounty, as opposed to perhaps the misconstrued idea of you give me something, I have to give you something back. Or the worse off is when someone's giving you a gift in order to kind of put you into debt and lord it over you. In this case, it's kind of more of, because the speaking of if fair their fates may be is really talking about that natural synchronicity of friendships, of giving and receiving with, without really a sense of that there needs to be an immediate dotted line. There has to be a balance on the other side of the weight. No, this time, your scale is heavy with a gift and it's good. And then, the next time you catch them, you get them and you get their side of the scale, and it's kind of fun and it's good. And it's not really seen as being weighted or added to anything else. I think I love this one because of how lighthearted it's taking it. It should not be seen as reciprocity under absolute cultural law.
Yes, these next, it elaborates on it and takes it, talks about some of the negative implications here as well. But this one, 41, and then it's reiterated throughout, 42, 43, 44, even 45 to a degree. But the gift cycle is our fundamental building block for relationships between friends, between hierarchies of people, between us and our gods. We build relationships by sharing and by exchange of goods and treasures, absolutely, but exchange of favors, of kindnesses, of we think, and it's very easy today to think of our resources solely in terms of dollars or dollar value of physical things. And that absolutely counts and is obviously important, and is the example used here when talks about, things of value that were cool gifts back then were fancy clothes and weapons. Certainly in this hall culture that this is based around. But as I've mentioned before, so much of it is on the point of, the fact that you care and that you are giving something of yourself to the people that you care about, and that they're giving back to you. And the way that it's expressed so often here is of each person giving. You'll notice it's not talking about giving and taking. It's talking about giving and giving. It's not talking about a consequence or a forced obligation. It's talking about the goodwill that's built between people when they give each other things. Sometimes that's a gift of time. Sometimes it's a gift of a shoulder to cry on. Sometimes it's a gift of standing with them when they needed an ally or a friend or someone to help them. It's the idea of giving of yourself to the people that you care about, and those people in turn giving of themselves to you, making you stronger. And through the gift cycle, the value exchanged is more than that value if placed individually, because it keeps the cycle spinning and it builds a relationship that has a intangible value that's much greater than the sum of the goods and services passed between two people. It talks here, if the fates favor it, if people have long life, you'll have a friend forever if you guys have established your friendship through the freely giving from one to another of your resources and that sharing. That builds lasting, lifelong friendships that withstand the test of time, that withstand circumstance. And we live in a time, as I've mentioned, in the Wolf Age, there is so much cynicism and sarcasm and lots of acquaintances, but true friendship that equals loyalty over the course of a lifetime is very hard to come by, and it should be tended and treasured and cared for when you find it. And if that's done by both parties, then that may well last a lifetime.
I realized I didn't shut off my camera when I had to run away. I came back and didn't see the Disney version of myself.
You can read stanza 42 to the people.
Okay. So this one is often, you might hear another translation more often than this one. But I like this one because it's poetic and it's subtle, whereas the other one seems to be kind of, again, utilized, sometimes misplaced. So 42, to his friend a man, a friend shall prove, and gifts with gifts requite. But men shall mocking with mockery answer, and fraud with falsehood meet. So this is, again, very, the poetics way of writing it is really, really nice. Oftentimes what you'll hear is, to a friend, give gifts and repay gifts, and laughter for laughter and treachery for treachery, or treachery for lies, is often the one you'll hear the most. And in essence, they are saying that, but I like the way this is worded, because it's really talking about the idea of the company you keep and the people you're surrounded with, as opposed to, perhaps, I think a lot of people utilize this as like, if they're ignorant or they don't fully see the entirety of the situation, they assume that they've been wronged, or they don't even really talk about it. They don't actually step forward and try to figure out the answer. Instead, nope, they've been wronged, and now it's the green light to return whatever they have perceived brought upon them. And that's why I don't necessarily like those translations, because this translation is saying you get what you give. And so if you're with a friend, and you shall be proven good friends when you give each other reciprocity, when you give each other, the gifts. And again, it doesn't have to be tangible, just like you said, but you will also find that you'll get quick mockery when around people who mock. You find yourself in the company you keep. If you're consistently, ending up with the people that are black-pilled, or they're, again, sardonic, and cynical, it ends up enveloping your life. And then at what point do you realize that perhaps these people are being cynical with you, and they're being, false with you, or they, as soon as you turn around, they're talking crap about you as well. And that's what I think this is ultimately also saying, and that with fraud, and fraud with falsehood, you should meet, is the idea is that if you meet someone knowingly being deceptive, there is nothing wrong with meeting that at the same time. I don't think it's always necessary, though, again, because wisdom is about application. Sometimes it's not necessary. Sometimes you don't have to be deceptive with someone who you know is being deceptive. But the ilk of it is not one to be lost if you already know that that's being played. But the big one is in the middle. There is mocking. When you find yourself around people who mock, when you find yourself, around the company you keep, be very, very careful. It is better to be with someone who's giving with gifts, open and honest and kind and good, than someone who is too biting, because they could be talking about you in that same way. And so you have to be careful with that. And I think that that's often too much, is that when someone perceives that they've been wronged, they just green light to attack or deceive, or almost become as bad as the if, like, say, me and you are sharing kind of an affliction of a common enemy, and then I perceive that you did something wrong without ever having the bravery to just talk to you about it, I immediately turn venomous. And then in what way am I not any different than the person we were both, dealing with a week ago? I'm, in essence, have become just like them.
Yeah, I think again, our folk suffer from a soul sickness, and I think a number of the things that you've talked about recently relate to that. This is one of those stanzas, and it's not wrong, but I think we're often very, very eager to see this stanza as license to behave badly, and that is a part of it, but that's not the totality of the message. It is very much about reciprocity of deed. I tried to look at to see if there was clues or a little bit more of an admonition in the Icelandic or in the Old Norse, and there's not. It's not a command that if someone lies to you, you must then somehow, compensate by lying to them. Our default stance as noble people should be to behave truthfully and honestly. It's one of our noble virtues, and it's something that we value. But this talks a lot about obligation, and it's not so much that you are obliged to lie to someone who has lied to you, but more that you do not, if they are lying to you and you know they are lying to you, then you do not owe them truth. So much of what we do that's noble relies on generosity of spirit, and you don't have to. There's a lot of things that you are not obliged to do, that it's still noble and good to do when you can. This frees you from obligation. And what it also does is reinforces to you, if someone is a good friend to you, you owe it to them to treat them truthfully and to treat them well and to do good to them. They have earned that from you. And if people treat you poorly and behave poorly to you, you do not have the same obligation to those people. And you have a license to return to them the same behavior that they are doing to you. Not a commandment that you have to, but a license to, if need should be. And some of this is reflected in our ancestors' understanding of justice. We didn't have a throw people in dungeons culture. What we had was, you're either bound by the rules and the appropriate conduct of society, or you live outside of those things. Which is fine if that's what you want to do. But if you live outside of society, then we do not owe you what we owe our kinsmen or what we owe other members of our society. We don't owe you anything, because you a person's existence and their worth was through the social context. That was the entire worldview of our ancestors. Everything was about how you fit in to your community. Good night, Ops. A hug.
I like you.
Oh, okay. All right. Good night, baby. I'll come see you in a minute. I'll come see you in just a minute. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, the idea that if you're outside of society, you're not owed the same kindnesses. You're not owed the same conduct of behavior. If you reject the social contract altogether and you're your own island out there, then you are at the mercy of what people want, how people want to treat you. And that idea of outlawry and being outside the bonds of community was the greatest punishment to our ancestors, because they were left to fend for themselves, and they couldn't count on the kindness of strangers. They couldn't count on things, because when their reputation was made known that no, they're an outlaw, they're a varder, they were at the whims of whoever was strong enough where they were at. There was no social reciprocity. And that's what this talks to. It talks to the good that's earned by treating people well and the likely outcome of treating people poorly, and your obligations to one who treats you well versus one who treats you poorly. But again, I think it is seductive in the wolf age for us to always look for license to behave ignobly. It's hard to hold yourself to a noble standard. It's very easy and very tempting to drop to the lowest common denominator, like, aha, I found a loophole. I can free myself of obligation to treat people well. That's not the point. It's certainly an option this presents to you, but it's very quick for us to all run to that side of the scale.
Let's see, we are on 43.
We're on one, yeah, and this one is one of my favorites, and one that I bring up often, and I think is scandalously hard for our folk in specific to grasp and implement for whatever reason. And I think that's unfortunate.
Yeah, this is the friend of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Number 43. To his friend a man, a friend shall prove, to him and the friend of his friend. But never a man shall friendship make with one of his foeman's friends. So in this case, the best way, I mean, the first two are very, very clear. To his friend a man shall be a friend and prove, and to him and his friends they shall remain, but never make friendship with an enemy's friend. Never make friendship with an enemy of your friend. So, and this is kind of plays out in what I had said, was that, the friend to everyone is kind of more or less the social situation you might find in modern times. It's like, I don't want to get involved in this. The sitter on the fence, the whatever you might want to call it. At the end of the day, this is just as much a cautionary point, is that you should be friends with your friends' friends. If you trust your friends' judgment, wisdom, then there is to a degree a goodness that spreads amongst that. If not, you might have to, question things and figure things out, perhaps from how close you are. But if you find and trust your friend, their friends should be treated well. But if your friend is good and you are close to them and they have an enemy or someone that speaks ill of them, someone who's trying to deliberately hurt them or discredit them or do whatever they're trying to do, don't be friends with that guy. Don't be friends with that friend or that enemy. That's. I mean, I've heard some people try to kind of twist it and say, you know, like I'm keeping my ear to the rail or keeping my enemies close and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, if you don't ever make a straight stand, I guess there's two sides to that. If you don't make a straight stand, that's terrible. Or if you make a straight stand to your friend, but then turn around and tell the enemy that you're, you know, I'm cool with you. That's wretched. You are a dog. So this is pretty clear.
I can't state this strongly enough as a core value. It is perhaps the thing I've been most disappointed by in my time in Asatru, and it's a symptom of how far our people have to go to be healed of our soul sickness and to get our souls right. But there is this, well, you know, I want to be friends with, you know, everybody, and, you know, well, I'll pick and choose, and I'll be open. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean I don't have to don't like. Yes, it does. It does if you're my friend. And that's the thing. Loyalty is exclusive by definition. You can't be loyal to everybody. Loyalty to everyone is loyalty to no one. It's one of the values that's value comes from its scarcity and its discernment, not from its being freely given. A friend to all is a friend to none. We've got two groups of people that would be wise to heed this counsel. The folks that don't want to ever take a side, that perpetually sit on the fence, there is no virtue in neutrality, none whatsoever. Our virtue as creatures with will is us choosing a side and then standing with your convictions. That is perhaps our most important virtue. It is literally what Asatru means, is that we are standing loyal to the Aesir, which doesn't just mean that we're pro Aesir. It means we are anti the enemies of the Aesir. That's what we owe one another within our AFA family. That's what you owe to people that you are aligned with, is loyalty to them and opposition and animosity, enmity with their enemies. Standing with one person often means standing against other people. And that's what loyalty means. And it was crystal clear to our ancestors because violence was such a common thing in the times that this was written and the times that these were codified. So it was a very, very clear delineation back then is, you know, if somebody comes looking for me, you know, who's going to be in his posse out to get vengeance and who's going to stand with me to protect me and my family from that vengeance. It was really, really clear. Today it's murkier. Like, well, I can kind of be friends with these guys, and then, you know, the next week I'll be friends with these guys over here, and, you know, their problem's not really my problem. Then at best you're someone's acquaintance. But that's not being a friend, which this is about. And it's not being loyal to someone, which this is about. Loyalty is what bonds us together and what unifies us. And if we don't have loyalty, all the rest is cheapened and of. These stanzas kind of put things in these boxes. It's like you're either a friend and fully entrenched in the obligations of friendship, or you're not. and there's suspicion and distrust and looking over your shoulder. There's all the people on the outside in the Utgard, and there's your Innengard, your inner yard, your friends. Loyalty is essential. It is one of the most noble virtues of our folk since the receding ice back to the very beginning of our people, and to this very day, and as far in the future as our folk exist. Loyalty is the key, and that's why we stand Asatru.
Very well said. I can't add any more to that. Let's see. We are on 44.
Before we do that, Sarah has blown the victory horn for $20. Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate you. Hail victory, hail the AFA, Baldur's Hoff, hashtag bestest Hoff.
Oh. They're showing up in force now.
That is overtly 3 victory horn blows for Baldur's Hoff and 1 for Nords Hoff. Odin's Hoff, Thor's Hoff, where you guys at? All right. And no, I believe we're on 46.
Oh no, I got 44. If a friend thou hast, whom thou fully will trust.
Ah, well, there you go. I jumped ahead of myself. You are correct. 44.
If a friend thou hast, whom thou fully wilt trust, and good from him wouldst get, thy thoughts with his mingle, and gifts shalt thou make, and fair to find him often or oft. This, I think, is more along the lines of the nobility of brevity, the ability to speak to each other with the perfect measure of honesty and perhaps tactfulness, or again, where almost lying to them would be an insult to the friendship. So the idea is to speak the truth. You don't necessarily have to be biting. I mean, I think certain people have personalities, and that's fine. Everyone has kind of their ways of delivering their honesties. But if they're giving you the honesty, that's more important than how they might deliver it. Whereas perhaps if you're not getting the honesty, if you're getting, or worse, just a benignness, that's not good. That's not something that you owe someone you consider a friend. And I think that this is all predicated on the idea that, you know, when you make friends, it's about learning. I think that's what all of the silence and sitting by and finding the wise people, listening to those people, that's the part that predicates friendship, is making sure that you listen, you learn, you don't make commitments and false, brotherhoods. And when you find that person, then you owe it to them to be honest with them, to share and share your thoughts, share your inclinations, share your desires, or perhaps projected plans and things that you might be excited about. Those things come about after you find a person who you've kind of worked your way into understanding that they are a wise, good person. I mean, nobody's without faults, but the idea is that you want to honor the friendship with the nobility of truth, with the nobility of, again, and lack of secrecy. I think this is a good one, but it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's very straightforward, but I like that it's juxtaposed in a really good contrast with the following verse. And the point of this is the differentiation between stuff you owe somebody who you have that loyalty with and you have that bond with versus folks that you don't. This idea of, with your friends, being open speaking freely, letting them know your plans, sharing with them, engaging in the gift cycle, and visiting them frequently, keeping and tending that friendship. And so much of this poem is about when you are traveling outside of your circle of friends, outside of your companions, outside of your home, to different places where you don't have those bonds. So much of it is about suspicion and caution, and you don't know what people are saying behind your back, and yeah, everybody may be laughing and having a good time, but don't overshare. It's a lot of stuff about watching your back when you're in enemy territory. This is one that is, but when you're with your friends, you can let your guard down and you can feel comfortable sharing, your true thoughts and them sharing their true thoughts with you. This talks about the comfort that friendship brings, that's in such contrast to how you deal with people who are outside of that circle.
I think this next one too kind of is misused, but I think in the comments I was looking and I saw Adam really, I think, keyed in on what this stanza is truly about. He posted a little bit ahead just saying, honestly, protecting your peace is important. I think in 45, that's really what this is kind of going about. And a lot of people, again, use this as an admittance to be treacherous, as opposed to thinking I don't owe treacherous people anything, but that you should protect your peace. And in 45 it says, if another thou hast, whom thou hardly wilt trust, yet good from him would get, or wouldst get, thou shalt speak him fair, but falsely think, and fraud with falsehood requite. So people are like, well, is Lord Woden saying I should deceive someone? I think that, again, it's more about you are not beholden to those who you have very little trust for, predicated on the idea that you don't have trust for them for many reasons. One reason could be flat out they're an outsider. That's a perfectly good reason. A lot of people for millions of years have lived with that knowledge, and it's done them good. But it could be other things. And so the idea is that if you have someone that you don't trust coming at you, you can still meet them with kind words or tactfulness or a cleanliness of it, where you just want to, again, protect your peace, keep things amicable, and move on. I think this is one of those, a lot of times where we find ourselves in a hot-headed situation and we want to, say something to someone we don't trust, but at the same time, you're not quite at that point where this person is made themselves known as a threat. And so perhaps the idea is to just be cordial and leave it be until you can figure out later that this person absolutely deserves scorn, and you can have animosity. So I think this is kind of like that gray zone area. It's okay to speak to people and kind of hold your tongue. You don't have to be wild and out of it just because you've perceived this person as wrong. Until you absolutely know, speak kindly. Don't lose yourself and become like just a boorish dog, and nipping and snapping at them. No, treat them with just the basic necessity of decency. And then if you find out more and move from there, then yes, you don't owe them anything. But at least at that point, you have the wisdom and wherewithal to not simply lash out. Everything is timed and measured by wisdom.
And here's the thing. That and the following stanza, yeah, it does say that. It does say if there's somebody out there that you don't trust, and you're not going to trust, but you want to get good things out of them, then one of your options is to tell them what they want to hear, but have sinister intention behind, in your thoughts, and look for opportunities to get what you need. You don't have to revert to that, but that is an option. And it's talking about kind of the rules that apply in a bond of loyalty that don't apply to people outside of that circle of trust. And I think a little bit of what's implied is not only that you don't trust them yet, but you have reason to distrust them. And that's different. In the situation where somebody has bad intentions and you absolutely do not find them trustworthy, then, some deception and misleading them is called for and can make a lot of sense and may be an important safety measure. Also, it talks about, saying good words, even if you don't think highly of them behind their back. There's all kind of levels of that. You don't need to be over the top dishonest with it, but you can kind of laugh and smile and go along with stuff so that you don't create a problem if you don't know these person's intentions or what they have in store for you. There's a lot of subtlety here in interaction with folks that this talks about.
Yeah, I think these stanzas about the movement towards whether this person has good intentions for you. That, I think, is the key to that trust issue. If the person doesn't have good intentions for you, if you suspect that they don't, then absolutely, the cordialness can be made. The deception in and of itself is there already, kind of predicated by them possibly trying to get one over on you. You don't owe that to them, but fair speech can oftentimes, again, buy you time to see exactly what level of ill this person has. I think it's kind of erring in that usage of measuring out your wisdom. And it applies again in 46. So is it with him whom thou hardly wilt trust, and whose mind thou mayest not know. Laugh with him mayest thou, but speak not thy mind. Like gifts to his shall you give, or shall thou give. This is, again, straightforward. If you don't fully know the intentions of this person, if you suspect that the intentions of this person is not with your best interest in mind, don't speak what you're truly thinking. You can, if they make a joke, you laugh with them, and whatever it may be, give them those gifts in return. But in the back of your head, the truth of the situation. And this kind of, again, goes all the way back to the verses before. Be careful who you mock, because the people that are kind of laughing with you might not be laughing with you at all. And they might have great respect or loyalty to the person you're mocking. And so you're looking around like an idiot, just like, ah, and in reality, you're just digging your own grave. So you got to be careful with that. And
there's also a lot about one of the greatest underlying themes of this in general, the Hávamál as a whole, and unsurprising that it's the words of the High One, or the words of Odin. Act with will and intention. When you go somewhere, be strategic in how you do things. Calculate the room, calculate the risks, and then choose to proceed or choose not to. This doesn't say, be dishonest or sinister to this person. It does say, don't open your mind to them and let them in willy-nilly, and also give to them what they're giving you. So if we're not trustworthy, but they give an inch, okay, you can give an inch too. All right, well, they're sharing this a little bit more. Okay, well, then I'll open up a little bit more. There's a measured and a willful, okay, I'm choosing to tell them this thing. Or, you know what? I'm choosing not to tell them this thing. Those are really important. And this talks about with your friends, your ability to let your guard down and to speak freely. But when you're in the company of strangers, be very, very deliberate about what you do and how you act. All of it builds reputation. All of it leaves openings for your enemies, perhaps, or maybe you build friendships and build alliances. Those things all happen. All of this is about the subtle politicking when you're out in a social environment with strangers and people you don't know. The wisdom here is very valuable. So many people, one of the things that I used to always say to folks, and it's been a little while since I harped on it, but Aryans act. They don't just react. It's not your job to just flail at stuff that happens to you, but to choose actions, to choose when you want to engage and to choose when you want to refrain from engaging. Choose the things that you want to share. Choose consciously with will the things you want to withhold. Use your person and the gifts inherent to your person in a willful way to build alliances or to build walls against threats. Do those things willingly. Don't stumble into them willy-nilly. That's not the way of the willpower. That's not what a king's son does. That's not what nobles do. It's what churls do, is stumble into bar fights and random stuff through saying something dumb over their mead cup, or insulting the wrong guy, or taking a joke too far when you don't know the room. No, when you have your wits about you, you can measure the things that you say and the ways that you act depending upon the actions of those around you. And it's really, really important. One of the things I always told the guys when I was running a security anywhere, be it at the bar or at an event or anything else, I will have your back. If you want to get us into a fight, cool, I've got your back. Let's do that. But what I don't want to have happen is you get me in a bunch of fights because you stumble into it doing something dumb and not knowing where you are. Anytime you want to choose to engage, I'm all for it, but don't let me catch you stumbling into something that you don't see coming. That's a big part of Odin's wisdom, is our keeping our head on a swivel and seeing problems before they occur and keeping our options open and choosing our options accordingly, according to our wisdom, to our experience, and to our Aryan nature.
These are interesting ones that we're gonna be moving into. And I was just looking up some things. Let's see, we are on 47 now.
48 is also one of my favorites.
Yeah, and this really starts to get into the idea of the acting nobility, the acting of being noble, the actions of being noble, kind of juxtaposed to like a caveat of kind of like the brunt of the joke, if you will, or like a comparison. And then another interesting part of this too is the usage of experience as being a teaching lesson. The idea that Lord of Odin is kind of placing himself as the key to unlocking the wisdom is through the application that was already kind of attained, if you will. And I think that that's truly an interesting way that our look at divinity is very much different than perhaps a lot of other religions. So here we have, let's see, young was I once and wandered alone, and not of the road I knew. Rich did I feel when a comrade I found, for man is man's delight. So I like this one because we often find ourselves as, especially as young men, like when I was in the military, you find yourself alone. You find yourself thinking that you are kind of standing on your own. But when you do find a comrade in arms, when you do find a friend, you really do understand the joy of that friendship. You really do appreciate. And so I think scarcity often breeds the necessity or the wisdom of value. And I think that's what's taking place here is the brashness, again, mentioning of being young and traveling about. Only when I was traveling about and had nothing did I truly realize how important it is to have a friend, because friends are what make us who we are. Like we can't be unto ourselves alone, without any help, without any aid, without any, person to share and move forward with. We are not singular people. We are tribal. We are collective. We are, we shouldn't see ourselves strictly as just these individual mechanisms. We require that connectivity between those around us. And so when you lose that, that's when you realize the value of it.
So I can't reiterate this enough. The rugged individual being a virtue to our people, that is a lie. And it is a wrong that was trotted out there early on before some of our folk, before Asatru had matured, when folks had a much more incomplete knowledge and integration of our faith. And unfortunately, it's something that's stuck around in certain circles far too long. Asatru is now and always has been a social faith. The value is defined by your relationships, be that with the Aesir, with your church, with the people that you are close to, with your community, with the people you interact with. We see that most starkly in the idea of honor. Honor has become your personal code of right and wrong, but that's not what it meant to our ancestors. It meant the value placed in you by your community. Now, they would place that value in you perhaps because of your code of right or wrong, but it's your consistent displaying of those traits. And we still see this in when an organization gives someone a recognition. They give them an honor. They bestow an honor upon someone. Someone is honorary, has the honorary this or the honorary that. The idea of the community bestowing the honor on an individual. It was all done in the context of your relationship with others. The following few verses here are going to reiterate that in some stark ways. This idea of the value of, you traveling and being alone and feeling isolated, you against the elements, was a necessity sometimes, but that was a terrible thing for our ancestors. And the whole world was different when you found a friend, when you found somebody to share with. You found someone to help you when you were struggling, someone for you to help when they were struggling. you could see a reflection of your actions in how they treat you. And you can feel the warmth of connection between two people. That is fundamental to our existence and can't be overstressed. So a couple of things I want to hit before we go into the next stanza. First, Callum, you can absolutely do super chats. If you do a super chat, we'll get you right up front and answer your question as soon as we are done with the stanza we're currently on. You can do that on Entropy. You can also do that by attaching a question to any of the fun bells and whistles like folks have been doing with the victory horn. There's also the buy us a coffee option. There's another thing too. There's a couple of those. Any of those will get you to the front of the line on it. If you have a question that's about a specific stanza or concept that we're talking about, we'll get that in real time and address it. If not, all of those we will address as soon as we're done with the meat and taters of what we're on. And we're probably going to go another about 50 minutes on actually going over Hávamál verses, and then we'll hit all those questions that we've missed so far. One question, though, by Jamie, I think is relevant because it goes into the context to a degree of this poem. Jamie says, I have a question. Is the ritual of drinking wine a very ancient pagan tradition? Absolutely it is. In a number of different ways, but very specifically in some of the earliest attested practices of our ancestors, the idea of communal drinking was extremely important to the chieftains and nobles of Germanic tribes. And Tacitus wrote about this. Matter of fact, the Latin phrase that we've all heard, in vino veritas, from wine truth, was originally applied as a reference to our ancestors, to Germanic tribesmen, because a part of their taking counsel on serious things would be they would drink together and be in a, get a little bit buzzed and be in a more receptive state to those things, speak freely amongst their council, have these conversations, and then make decisions and plans and ideas and confirm them the next day when they were, make sure everybody had a clear head. But the fact that they would share and talk with each other over the drinking horn was really important. And we see in later times a lot of talk about mead, but it's important to note most of our ancestors, for most of the practice of Asatru, wine was very often the drink of choice for the nobility. It was harder to come by. It was a fancier beverage than mead or ale. So wine was very often something that the nobles would share together when they had their councils. And that communal drinking and toasting culture certainly goes on in the hall culture that we're discussing, that the Hávamál is set in the backdrop of. And it's absolutely something that we do today. We share food and drink socially in so many occasions, and a very overtly religious occasion. We share that during the ritual called Sumbul, where we have multiple rounds, but typically a round to the gods, one to our ancestors, and then one that is for the heroes that's a bit more free form. But yeah, ritual drinking was very important to our ancestors and still is today. Svan, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
Yeah, I think one of the key converting points of Christianity amongst Europeans, and I would say like Hellenics and Teutonic Aryans, there was an admixturing of that.
If you were one of the Hellenics, though, you had to make a wine spritzer. Couldn't have that straight wine. That was just for barbarians.
Right? Or beer. Beer was seen as something for, it was lesser than wine. It was seen as like a woman's drink, or like something that would be fed to a horse. but the culture around the time, and I'm speaking specifically of the usage of the Last Supper in relation, and there are many things in Christianity that were utilized based off of the necessity that was already built in the religiosity of Europe. So the focus on the Last Supper and the communion of wine was brought into the forefront later on, after, say, like Saul of Tarsus and Simon or Peter. Their emphasis was more on the crucifixion itself, but later on, the prevalence of the wine and drinking of the wine was, I think, a great part of the need and the usage of conversion, because it was already established amongst Europe, that libational connection to the gods, whether it was and to each other communally. And so here's a communal drinking moment at the final, the Last Supper. And so that was really keyed in on, and I think for a reason. But its emphasis became more in Europe than, I believe, the heretical Jews like Saul was hunting down these believers that this particular rabbi was the Messiah. They did not focus so much on libational connections to the Messiah in before and during that time. It was much later, and I think that was because it was influenced by European precepts. Same with the Trinity. The idea of a tripartite is extremely Arian. Every Arian religion has a tripartite. The Hellenics even numbered theirs with Zeus and Hades and Poseidon having 1, 2, and 3 in connection with the implements that they carry. So the Trinity also was one of those things. But again, re-emphasizing, it was long established, the idea of sharing sacred liquid that elevated the mind, whether it was, soma amongst the Indians, to the sacred mead or the mead of poetry, wine, and other, vital fluids. Again, the usage of ingesting and speaking into and over a threshold of liquid is a huge part in Aryan gift cycling towards the gods. Whether it's speaking over, perhaps, in a lot of times in the olden days, there was sacral butchering that was done, in which they would prepare a meal with an animal that was given as a gift to the gods and then was shared with the gods and the folk, but the blood was spoken over. It was anointed or sprinkled upon, because that was seen as that transference. So even to the connection with blood and wine was already long established in the ethnic European faith of Europe before the Semitic. And again, I wonder too how much that was influenced by Roman culture in relation to the times in the Levant. The Romans had fully taken over for a very long time, from Egypt all the way through the Levant and back up into Greece. There had been so much integration of the usage of wine that it may have been even further back, that the usage of wine to influence even the religions of the Middle East. So,
all right. Well, let's go on to 48.
Yes, this is a good one. The lives of the brave and noble are best. Sorrows they seldom feed. It's a good one. But the coward fear of all things, and not gladly the niggard gives. So this is, again, that juxtaposition of goodly behavior versus bad behavior. And at first it starts off with, living nobly and bravely is the best way to live, because you seldom give the fear, anxiety, or the faults of the world any fuel to douse your confidence. You're moving forward. You have to attain, and you don't feed the things that take away from your ability to succeed. So immediately there is the coward. That's the juxtaposition, is the coward and the miserly. Niggardly means miserly. It's an interesting one because and what I had to look up was the translation of it is glokker. And glokker can have a positive meaning. It could mean someone who's kind of keen or swift in their thoughts, but it also has another meaning, which is a person who's kind of scheming and or holds to themselves too much. Again, a hoarder of things because they're so good at attaining them, but they don't ever give it out. So that's an interesting usage of that translation. And it's worth noting, like Bellows wrote all of these down in the 1800s, so there's no need to like twist and bend and kind of hem and haw about the usage of English words as they should be. But I think that this is really cool because it does explain like miserliness, greediness, and cowardliness are so in juxtaposition to what a noble person, a noble folk person should be attaining. Steer away from fear.
Really, really important because it establishes a default position as well. It's easy if you labor over these verses, like, what should I do? If I am a stranger and I find myself somewhere, what should I do? The Hávamál tells me I shouldn't, I should eat some, but not too much. And, I should pay attention to what these guys are doing, not overshare with these guys and it's also, what do I do? Revert to, when in doubt, be brave, be noble. That's your best bet. And if you are cowardly and stingy, avoid those things. Embrace bravery and nobility, shun cowardice and being stingy. Do those things that will orient your course. The rest is detail work off of that. But those are our fundamentals that we fall back on. And I think that's really key to all of us to internalize. And I point out some of these things that I know afflict our folk more than others. In this day and age, cowardice, nobody likes to say that, and I'm not picking on anyone to point out and like, aha, look, a coward. Nobody likes to hear that, but the idea of cowardice, the force of cowardice is something we all need to guard against. Fear is used and weaponized today against us very often. We don't have people coming at us with guns or swords or spears. People come at us with threats of economic and social consequence for right action. And so many of our people, so many of us find ourselves afraid of things so often. And it's a powerful, powerful tool of the enemy. And they can always use it because it's always effective. The best fear, the most important fear, is the fear of the unknown. Well, what could happen? And pressing the fear button is a very easy, low-cost way for our enemies to prevent us from doing anything. Fear pins one down and prevents action. It's the quickest way to put the brakes on anything happening, is to make them fearful. And too many of our people are afflicted with that, and that's unfortunate. And I think we all struggle with that to one degree or another. It's one of the beautiful things about the motto for Odenshoff: do right and fear no one. Take comfort in knowing that you were brave and noble, and you can take peace of mind in that. Whereas it talks about how you're not feeding sorrow when you behave that way. But when you're scared all the time, and when you're stingy all the time, then you always got something to worry about. You will always be able to find something to be afraid of or worried is going to come back at you. So this is a powerful admonition of how to live, and a good general rule of thumb to live by that's extremely important. And one of the other things that we all instinctively try to do is to justify behaving in ways that are less than we ought to. Any of us can justify any fear we have. The human brain is very, very good at having justifications and excuses for acting wrong. It's the noble man, it's the Aryan man that chooses not to take those, to see clearly the difference between truth and illusion, and to choose truth. And if they recognize that they're behaving cowardly, to differ from that action, to reject cowardice and embrace bravery. Or if they're behaving ignobly, to embrace nobility and reject living ignobly. But we can always find an excuse readily available to do any of the things that our lower self wants us to do. The challenge is rejecting those excuses and being honest with ourselves internally.
One of the greatest things that I've seen in relation to this was your desire and our movement towards being giving. And that in turn brought about a great sense of the nobility of being simply brave. We started giving food, and we would give to anyone that comes up, they get food. And what ends up happening is a lot of people too, they have fear of us and things. So they're thinking all kinds of things. I mean, absolutely. You go on the internet or you go on social media, you'll see plenty of vile jackals saying all kinds of things about the AFA. But these people come up, they get food and they talk to us. And then they're like, you guys, there's a lot of bad stuff on the internet, but you guys are all right. Thanks for the food. We'll be back next month. I hope you guys have a great day. And we're like, you too. We're shaking hands. It's just an open, honest way in which you kind of defeat fear by being honest, being open, and being giving, helping people out. If you have the ability to help someone out, help them out. And I think they predicate so much of their argument against us. Oh, they're going to be marching through the streets. They're going to be throwing rocks at your kids. They're going to be peeing on your mailboxes or whatever the hell they come up with thinking that we're going to do. And then we show up. We want to honor our gods. We want to help people out because we have a surplus, or we're just a great nexus for an ability to help out the community. And then when people come up and talk to us, they generally are like, "Oh, I respect what you guys are doing. I would do the same. I feel the same way." Or there's a mutualism there that's kind of brought about. It's not anybody falling over each other to try to appease or showing throat. Instead, there's that mutual respect of the ability to say, like, thank you for helping out, especially when a lot of other churches in the area aren't helping out. I hear that a lot too. It's like not a lot of people are doing stuff for a lot of the folks around here. So glad you guys are out here, in the weather, in the cold, or in the heat, slinging out food because you got extra. That really does, I think, a huge amount of the pride and ability for our folk to not listen to these people on the internet and think that just because they paint us a certain way, they need us to be that way. They need us to be some sort of, clawing hand, cowled, shadowy figure. In reality, we want to be and have our own, but we're willing to help out other people. As simple as.
All right, take us through 49, if you will.
This one I really like. It's odd, but it's good. My garments once in a field I gave to a pair of carven poles. Heroes they seemed when clothes they had, but the naked man is not. So I think this is really speaking about depriving of yourself. There is a sense of giving. There's a sense of like I kept saying, surplus. When you have surplus, give. but don't give over much to the point where you're at the deficit that you can't help anyone, or give needlessly to something or someone that bears no good. And in this case, the carven poles are clearly like scarecrows. Generally, is seen as the translation is I had garments and I clothed these scarecrows in the field, and they seemed like such great heroes, but I was left naked and not. And I think that's kind of the overall point of this is, again, it is about giving and giving when you have surplus, because that's noble. That's the thing to do. But don't give to dead ends. Don't give to false starts, and don't give to things that your actions, your deeds should be about giving to things that produce worth, that show it, not scarecrows in the field passively doing what they do. Let's see. So yeah, the next one is 50. On the hillside drear, the fir tree dies, all bootless its needles and bark. It is like a man whom no one loves. Why should his life be long? This one I like too. Again, these are juxtaposition verses. You have the person who gives to needless things and finds himself for naught, and then the person who is alone, the person who seeks only to be of themselves and then finds no one to share these moments with. The all bootless is its needles. That translation is very interesting, because it, in the Old Norse, it kind of references to the face of, or the ridge line. The word of itself could also be like hlirat is the word that's used in reference to the mast of a ship, the front of a ship, the mast alone, or the bow of the ship kind of facing forward. And so this one is really read like without the mast, without the bow of the ship. It's being exposed and opened. So on the hillside, the fir tree dies when its bark is when it's exposed, its trunk is exposed. It's alone. There's no other trees to bar the wind from it. It stands alone on the hill. And like a man who is also alone, he will find himself, in short life. Really, the tree being by itself and not being brunted by the wind with other trees is where we find ourselves as a person without anyone around that we can rely on, that we can hold truth with, that we can bear dark times with.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. On 49, this one's a really interesting one. It's one I've thought on over the years, and it took more than just the first reading to internalize and think on. So much of, and it is easily said and just always agreed upon that in order to come home to Asatru and practice Asatru correctly, we need to unlearn a lot of things that Christianity taught us. And it's very easy to do that with the things that we don't like. It's harder to do that with the things that we've taken comfort in, or that have been easy and validated behavior that's less than. One thing to keep in mind is Christianity was a religion that was targeted towards the lowly. It was targeted towards the slaves and the outcasts. Jesus's Beatitudes were all, blessed are the meek, blessed are the downtrodden, blessed are those who mourn. It's basically blessed to the losers in society. And I don't say that as an insulting term. I say that as people who are losing at life, taking hope in Jesus for, getting their, being compensated on the other side or being made whole on the other side of a miserable existence. Asatru is not. It's for all of our folk, but it's upward oriented. It's aimed at the nobility. And if not noble in kingdom, noble in spirit, nobly inspired to be more, to do more, to achieve things. That's why we see things addressed to a prince's son. This is how they should behave. This is advice to, these travelers aren't your peasant that's working the land. These are people who are out trading and building and doing and achieving, who are missionary, or not missionaries, what's the word I'm looking for? Emissaries to different courts, to different places of importance. These are people who are aspiring to be their very best. And stanza 49 talks about, this is, I guess, what I'm saying, breaking the habit of Christianity. We've taught ourselves that the clothes don't make the man, and you shouldn't judge by appearances, and you don't judge a book by its cover. Yes, you absolutely do. Successful people do. People that are not successful don't. If we pretend that how we look doesn't matter, then we can all just, show up in our jammies, and, it can be like Walmart all the time. We're better than that. We owe our spouses better than that. We owe our children better than that. We owe our ancestors better than that. We owe ourselves better than that. When you look your best and you show up in your best, that's when you make those impressions that you want. And that's not all that counts about a person, but that is the first thing that others notice about someone, is the way that they look. Not only the way that they look in terms of what they're wearing, but are they clean? Do they look like they take care of themselves? Are they in decent shape? How do they carry themselves? Is their head high and their chest out? Or are they looking down and with their shoulders hunched? Those things communicate on a profound level, and they set the tone for your interactions thereafter. And it doesn't talk about how these people are or who they are. It says how they seemed. Heroes they seemed when clothes they had. The naked man is not. If you look homeless, that's how you're going to be perceived. If you show up looking like a king, that's how you're going to be perceived. And then your actions can take it from there. But all too often, you're never going to get to that point if you show up looking like a bum. And we see that, you see that at job interviews. If you show up looking like somebody who wants to do well and be successful, cool, maybe you can actually have an interview with somebody. If you show up looking scrubby, stand in line and maybe we'll get to you, maybe we won't. And, we all know the truth of that. We all know the truth of that and see it in others. We judge people with our eyes all day, every day, in every situation we find ourselves in. Every time, today, when you went to work, when you went to the store, when you were out, walking out to get your mail, every person you looked at, you made a judgment of based on how they presented themselves, how they looked, how they carried themselves, the nonverbal communication that they gave you without ever talking to them. You made an assessment of them. And that truth is known to our ancestors and will be known to our descendants. We don't gain by denying the truth of it. We gain by understanding and using that to the best of our abilities to project the very best of ourselves when we meet people. And then 50, this is a really kind of beautiful way that it presents what we've been saying tonight. Your life is about your community. It's about your family. It's about the people you care about and your relationship to them. If you don't have family, and you don't have community, and you don't have people that care about you, then so much of the context of the meaning of your life isn't there. And that's why, that's one of the most beautiful things about the AFA is bringing people in to have that community. And not just people that we pass on the street, but people that share the values and the worldview that we have to build that sense of community in that context for life, for ourselves, and for our families. And it's one of the most beautiful things about being part of our AFA.
I like this next one a lot. It is. I've seen it applied quite a few times in my life, and luckily for me, it's been through other friends, and I've never had to experience the fall of it. But it does have a huge amount of value worth considering. And 51 says, hotter than fire between false friends does friendship 5 days burn. When the 6th day comes, the fire cools, and ended is all the love. All of this really is leaning towards the idea that strong friendships are not built off of strong emotions and swift moments. They are built over time. And oftentimes you'll find people who are like, oh, this person is great. I see every, they're it's like an instant high five, but then, they're hanging out all the time. And then eventually it falls to either, again, another person kind of gets, comes along, and then it's like hopping to her car, chasing over to another person. Or sometimes it's you're so blindsided by the things that are good that you miss the things that are bad, and those end up catching you, a few days later. I think that's what this stanza is referring to, and it can be also, I think, in a sense towards relationships that are built slowly and work have a tendency to last longer than ones that are, built swiftly and over perhaps events that are just simply brought about for those moments. So if you're looking for strong friendship, be weary of ones that start so swiftly. You should look towards slowly learning about the person and building a stronger friendship. Otherwise, it will, and often does, fall out underneath you.
I think all of these stanzas are about teaching us lessons and not thou shalt not. That's not the point. They're not commandments. They're advice. And they're advice from on high. They're advice from the God of kings and of travelers, the wise one. It's advice we should all heed, and it's really important. But it doesn't mean that, every time there's an infatuation that it burns out and it's worthless. But that's often the case. And I think the older that we are, the more we've experienced that, or certainly seen it in the periphery. The difference between lust and love, you find somebody that you are just infatuated with, you can't live without, you're obsessed. Waiting to see, does that go the long term? Is that going to last? Or is that just while passions burn hot and then it's gone in a short amount of time? And I think we've all seen that. And it doesn't mean it has to, but it does mean be wary and reserve your judgment until there's been some time and some space to build something lasting on. One of the other things, super infatuation with something or someone creates false expectations, and it breeds resentment when this thing that you've built in your head about a person or a thing doesn't live up to the reality, doesn't live up to it, because you jumped in too far too fast and then got mad. We've seen that too. That's something I've seen, unfortunately, in my involvement with Asatru. I've seen a lot of people find Asatru, be on fire for it and for our gods and for our faith and for all of it. And when it doesn't work out exactly how they want, exactly as fast as they want, and it's not immediate gratification of all their hopes and dreams, then they vanish. The same people that, on their first meetings swear to you their eternal loyalty, and they will, slay your foes and care for your family for the end of time. A month later, you don't see them again. And that happens a lot. And I think that happens in a lot of other faiths as well. I don't think that's unique to Asatru, but it is something we see very often. I want everybody who hears my voice right now, that's one of our folk, to come home and to join the AFA. I want you to do it this second. But I have learned that sometimes, on balance, the ones that take a longer time to join, because they've really internalized it, thought about it, and decided this is what they want to do with their life and their soul and their family, those ones tend to stay around longer than those that jump right in. Where do I sign up? I'm all for it. Both are great, but we will run into some verses here coming up soon about praising ice once it's been crossed and not before. And I think that wisdom is really valuable. And this kind of tees that one up. But those of us that have been around and seen some things and fallen in and out of love with people and things can really feel this one. "52" that Svan's going to read to you here in just a sec. This one is one that is very often quoted and is a really good one. It's a really valuable one. It's also one of the more popular ones. Svan, could you take folks through 52, please?
Absolutely. No great thing needs a man to give. Oft little will purchase praise. With half a loaf and half a filled cup, a friend full fast I have made. It doesn't take much to give to someone, and it doesn't take much to build a fast friendship with that person. Take that moment to not take the whole, but to look at that person and go, I have some of this, share it with me. So this is a lot about, again, not being miserly, not being stingy, giving to those around you, but also too, you never know the possibilities is what it's also saying. With just a little bit of effort, a little bit of nobility, oftentimes you can find yourself with a steadfast friend that you didn't have and probably wouldn't have if you had maintained, such a tight grip on fleeting things, if you will.
This is one of the yes, obviously, if you, sometimes with really small gifts, a nice gesture here and there goes a long way towards building friendships and making friends. And again, we see that expressed by that sharing of food and drink in this case. But this goes into something that I, can ask Mandy. I often opine about this, but customer service is free. Like, I get so irritated when dealing with companies and people over the phone, and people are just so rude and treat you poorly. It takes nothing but a little bit of intention and the desire to try to be nice. Doesn't cost you anything, but it makes all the difference in the world. Simple things don't have to be expensive, but they are meaningful. Taking the time and the effort to think of someone else and to do them a kindness can pay off big in ways you'd never expected, and it's worth it to do. But that's also, I think this also goes into the idea of not letting perfect be the enemy of good. Well, I didn't give him anything because I couldn't afford this one expensive thing I wanted to get him. Cool, then get him a candy bar. Give him, better to give a gift that's not the best gift in the world, but is the thought of giving someone something than to not do it because it wasn't perfect. And the same thing with our altar practice. Well, it's not up to the standards of our gods. I'm going to wait until I have this thing. Now I'm going to wait until my special mead that I've got ferments. And once I've waited a year for this mead to be perfect, then and only then I'll come before the altar and offer it to the gods. In the meantime, you're missing all the opportunity of just doing a kindness with what you have and going from there. So yeah, I think this is applicable in that case as well. And Svan, if you take them through 53, and we are going to end tonight's Hávamál study with 55.
All right. And this one is really interesting, especially from the Nordic sense too. Litilia sanda, litilia seiva, litilia or little eruged gumma. Little is sand, little is the sea, and little is the minds of men. The idea of this is really to understand that, again, we're talking little sand, little sea. If you're standing on a beach and you see the water in front of you, that is the little sea in front of the little sand. And some men only have tiny strips of land. So, but we know the ocean is big. We know the ocean is vast. We know the ocean is deep. So oftentimes this is really being translated as the smaller the beach, the less understanding of the sea is a great way to look at this. So, little is the sand, little is the sea. The perception of minds men's can often be this way. Not all men, it says, Því aller men erður evanspaker. Not every man is of equal speech or equal wisdom or knowing, but really, evanspaker is even speech. Yet half-wise only are all. And it's kind of saying that in a way, we all have those ignorances. We all have those misunderstandings, if you will, or the inability to fully know the scope of all things. In some ways, this can be good. In other ways, it can be detrimental. So you have to bear in mind when you speak with people not to get caught up into thinking that they know so much. A lot of times people don't know a lot. A lot of times people may even front load that they know a lot. And you could get caught up in the idea of being around wise men, with the idea that they know so much. What do I do? In reality, all of us are still learning, still working, still trying to attain a better understanding of the waters beyond our beaches. And so I think that this one is really cautioning the listener, is that Odin is saying that more often than not, you will find that the people around you are only focusing on what's in front of them. And you cannot beat yourself up in the perception that perhaps they know more. It's kind of like the old saying is like, you're focusing on some fault that you have, but no one's focusing on anyone else's faults but their own. It's a lot of that, in which you have to understand that there are people out desperately trying to know more, but don't get in your head that the people around you are so overly wise that you have nothing to contribute.
So I think this is fascinating. What Svan is saying is absolutely true. What I'm about to say is as well. One of the interesting things when reading this, the Hávamál is applicable in such a broad scope across experience in life. I'm really thankful that we are doing this with the lore, because this is stuff that Svan and I have each read many, many times. But every time I go through the lore again, there's something that I learn that I didn't before. And the words are the same and they're all familiar, but the concept, you'll see it in a different way depending on the different season of your life you're in, or things you've learned since the last time you read it. And I would encourage everybody to do that from time to time, because it's amazing the different little nuances you pick up. See, when I read this, I read it as an admonition, like, don't get full of yourself. Equality is not a thing. Nobody's equal. Like, there's smart people and there's dumb people. But even the smartest person doesn't know everything. There's always room to learn. And when you start thinking that you know it all, that's when you're slipping. And that's when you don't see things that are obvious. That's when you know, oh, I'm smarter than that guy. Maybe, but maybe you're smart about world history and he's smart about cars. Maybe you're going to get swindled on this mechanic thing because you don't know as much as you think you know. You know, there's a lot of different ways, and there is so much out in the world to learn. It's very easy when we all compare ourselves to the things that we see. It's harder to compare yourself and judge against the things you don't see. When you find yourself feeling like you're the smartest person in the room, it's easy to get lazy. But one of the things about wisdom, you don't know the things that you don't know. If you did, then you'd know them. It's a paradox. So you have no idea the things that you have yet to learn. You have to factor that into your decision making. Sometimes you're going to get surprised, and sometimes there's going to be more for you to learn. But no, I think those two different ways are both equally applicable and valuable wisdom from the Allfather here. These next ones, and I want to preface this, the next two are really, really interesting. Because I don't think they're meant to be taken lightly. It is very easy to see the world in terms of all or nothing. Everything's not always that way. And there are always consequences, and it's worth considering that. It's fun. If you could take them through 54 for us, please.
A measure of wisdom each man shall have, but never too much let him know. The fairest lives do those men live whose wisdom wide has grown. Now this one is, I think, really good. I love the fact that Bellows uses the word measure, because the direct translation is medelsnotter, and that's middle wise or middle knowing. And
middling wise is the
middling
translation I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, and you hear it, and it's like, oh, it's interesting. It's even interesting to ponder on the idea of what middling wise means. I really like the fact that he says, a measure of wisdom, because it's again, it's like weighing your wisdom with action. A measure of wisdom every man shall have, but never too much, let him know, because the fairest of lives is the one that has applied his wisdom far and wide, or has learned his wisdom through his deeds. Your wisdom grows as you experience life. So the ones that often have the most valuable wisdom, and this is kind of, I think, ultimately what the measurement of wisdom is you can be very wise on many things, but the value of that wisdom has a currency to it. It could, you could be very, very wise about a singular thing, but if you have not gone out and applied your life around and had some other common sense things about you, then perhaps that wisdom is not measured very well in comparison to other things. So I think that that's ultimately what Lord Woden is saying is wisdom is good in things, but it should be spread. It should be it's better to have a measured wisdom of many things than a great wisdom in a singular thing, but not know how to do other things.
Absolutely. When you're over focused, and you see that sometimes with geniuses on certain things, they'll be, a savant on a certain thing to where they will know all of that thing that you could possibly know. Not quite, because I remember last stanza, but they will know more than everybody else about that thing, but be completely ignorant on the simplest of other things. So it's about having a wide range of knowledge, but also a wisdom that comes from experience. It talks about a traveler traveling far and wide. Learning through experience is different than just theory or just book learning. The wealth of experience spread out in different places and different contexts is, pound for pound, much more valuable than just book learning. And Svan, could you take us through 55 for our last stanza of the night? And then we'll get to your guys' other questions that weren't specifically Hávamál related.
Yeah. This one, again, another warning about the idea, and again, knowing too much in one thing. I think this speaks true because we might know people that have a great knowledge towards one thing, but they end up finding great sorrow because they lose the understanding of something else. 55, a measure of wisdom each man shall have, but never too much let him know. For the wise man's heart is seldom happy. If wisdom too great he has won. This one I think is deeply lamentable because ultimately Lord Odin is the exemplary Lord of seeking knowledge. But with that knowing of things comes the knowing of the doom, the always trying to work towards it. So the great knowledge that one has comes at a price. And that price, whether I would say either hyper-focused or even measured, comes with an understanding of knowing things that perhaps others might not know. And it can plague you. And I think the way it's written is simply stating a kind of repercussion of wisdom that's meant to be understood and measured with the other verses before about being happy, about being meeting your doom with a smile. Is knowing much is good, but don't let it drag you down is kind of what I think this is ultimately warning against.
So every time I have a conversation with someone about them studying to be a Gothi or a Githya, I ask them, how wise does the All-Father advise that you be? And then when they give me the correct answer, I say, okay, now by doing this, you are choosing to go against that advice. Are you sure you want to do that? Because that's the thing. When you delve past the normal measure of knowledge and you want to peer behind the curtain, you sacrifice certain things. It's a sacrifice that all of our Gothar make for things to work. But it comes out in a lot of different ways. When you work at the hot dog factory, you enjoy your hot dog a lot less when you know exactly what percentage of rodent carcass and feces and any other thing is technically in the hot dog. It doesn't taste quite as good as it used to. If you start, everybody's curious, but if it's fun to go to an illusionist show and be astounded by these amazing things. When you know the secret of how it all works, you lose some of that sense of wonder. As a Gothi, when you counsel people, you get to hear all the dirty and unseemly things about folks that you didn't know or you didn't necessarily want to know. You need to know that to do your job and to be a priest. But you don't quite look at the world with the same innocence that you once had. The older you get in life, the more you see, given enough time, everyone will in some way disappoint you and let you down. Given enough time, far more people will betray you or crush your hopes and dreams than those that stand the test of time. Now, when you know some of those things, you can prepare for them. If you take on the burden of knowledge, you can shelter others. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it, but it's a tremendous burden. It reminds me, this may sound silly, but it reminds me of the Garth Brooks song, The Dance. And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left to chance. I could have missed the pain, but I'd have had to miss the dance. And that's one of the things that you embrace when you choose to peer behind the curtain and know all the secrets. So I think that's a good place to stop for tonight with that. I think that's a lot to think on. We went through some really, really meaty stanzas, I think, this evening, and I'm glad you guys are sharing all this with us. And like I said, it's really nice to go through this again with you guys, and it was fun. While we look at cartoons, Fawn, we will start hitting some of the questions that you guys have asked tonight that we haven't gotten to yet. Oh, and Nick reminded me on this. It is late and we've lost some of our core audience, but I'm still going to say it. Go and check out baldershoff.org when you have a chance. Folk builder Lydia Phelps has put a lot of time and effort in making our sites beautiful and much more functional than they have been in the past. She's done a great job and continues to. She has now done one for each of our Hoff district sites, with Baldershoff being the one that took her the most time and the one that we have done today. And now she's going to work on our main runestone site. So there's a lot of different stuff to do with that one. But by the end of this month, or the beginning of next month, rather, we will have a brand new and improved version of our runestone site ready to share with you guys. In the meantime, check out any of our district sites at odenshoff.org, thorshoff.com, baldershoff.org, and njordshoff.org. So yeah, go check those out. And if you see her or you talk to her, give Lydia a big thank you for all the hard work she's put in on that. Svan has returned to us. Okay, so John asks, anybody have thoughts on Cassandra Eason, the author? Svan, what are your thoughts on Miss Eason?
Yeah.
Svan appears
I was muted. I was muted for a moment there. Sorry. It's not ringing a bell. I need perhaps a work or a book.
Well, she wrote what is it, 1,000 Magical Crystals or something. She's a noted author of metaphysical and New Age books. I say that I had to look it up while we were earlier in the call, but I did look it up a little bit so I could know who folks were talking about. I've never encountered any of her works. I looked a little bit at just kind of some of the titles and ideas of some of the things she talks about. I think it's interesting, but it's typically those kind of authors are often, it's very easy in that space to be cringy and take things in a way that it's easy to scoff at and look down on. But every now and again, you get some of them that are really onto some profound and really good things. And I don't want to paint this lady with a broad brush because I really don't know, and I haven't encountered any of her works or read anything. That being said, her scope of things she writes about is very, very broad, and it seems to cross a lot of different traditions. That's usually not a great sign in my experience. But again, I'm not going to say something negative when I truly don't know anything about her or the things that she writes about, or as far as her take on it. And you were saying, I think I cut you off on accident there.
Oh, no, I was immediately looking at, perhaps it's in direct relation to her book, A Little Bit of Runes. There seems to be two different covers for it. I'm not familiar with this rune book. I know that she is prominent in Wicca. And so when you start looking at people who do Nordic runes and things like that, a lot of times they're rehashing a fair amount. I'm actually looking at some of the pages right now, or at least what is available. Yeah, casting runes. I mean, a lot of it is about kind of rehashing subject matter, and I think they do it a lot to gain money. They produce a book. They can kind of rewrite some of the groundwork that's already been made by a lot of the people in runic studies, and kind of build a name for themselves, or maybe catch the eye of someone. But you'll find like there's a commonality if you read all these books together. They'll mention about Tacitus and his recollection of the casting of lots. You can tell by the front of the book. There's the usage of the Viveser in relation to the Futhark as well, and so that might be used just to catch people's eye. I doubt most likely that she went into the idea of like latter usage of sigil magic in Iceland post runic studies. There's just a lot there. I don't know. I'm not familiar with. I'm just kind of giving my from the hip opinions. When you have somebody who has a very eclectic pull, a lot of these authors are again flooding the market in order to gain. The prices are low, and they're trying to catch the eye. Some of them are very well researched, and again, others are oftentimes just rehashes of groundwork. If you're really looking for something, especially in relation to the runes, I would clearly state, moving towards Edric Thorson or Nigel Pennick right off the bat. And they have books spanning all the way to the late 70s and early 80s. And, but again, I will say this much. Some of these books, when I was very young, I think the first rune book I ever got, I was 11 or 12. And it was a book by a woman named Lisa Peschel. And I don't take much stock in it now, but it definitely inspired me to learn more. And I think there's a lot of people that may have the same with like Ralph Bloom's book, which I didn't actually get in contact with till far, far later. And a lot of it is just really bad. It's very, very mismatched kind of personal takes on it. But if it inspires you to move forward, that's its worth.
Yeah, I would be really curious to know more about it. I'd like to know her background in it, kind of where she comes from with runes, where she learned about runes initially as a place for her to start from. But again, there's not a lot that it's fair for me to say about it when I haven't delved into her works. Some of the other things that she writes about and the Wicca stuff she's involved in give me a perception, and I'd like to know a little bit more before I judge that. I think that's only fair, and I'd be kind of curious. It's not something I will say this, I've never heard of her or her rune book, because a lot of people have questions about books, and there's people that bring up, that bring a lot of pieces to my attention. This is the first time I've heard about hers. So, I'm curious if there's some kind of a PDF, I would read it a little bit and see what's what, but I can't give you a more detailed opinion than that because I really don't know. And I think it'd be improper for me to go too far on it without knowing a little bit more. I do think that, as Svan said, some of these books that may not be the end of your journey on it bring up questions and spark inspiration that leads you to something deeper or something, something better sometimes. And I think that has a value.
Yeah, I'm looking at one page in particular of a type of rune reading in which doing, 3 runes to represent the upper realms of Yggdrasil, 3 runes to represent the middle, and 3 runes to represent the lower, and each of the roots. It's interesting. It all sounds. I mean, I can see where it was going. I don't really necessarily see anything terrible in relation to this like particular page of the interpretation. One interesting thing too that a lot of rune books don't do that she is doing, but she's coming from a tarot background, so I can see why she's doing this, is she has a specific interpretation of a person, a woman named Naomi, cast these runes, let's interpret her results. And so they kind of give you an idea of what it would look like to do a process.
And here's something, and I want to give credit to this, at least in a concept. we can find historical source work about runes. We're all drawn from the same places. That's easy enough to come by. There is value if you are trying to understand operative magic by reading experience of someone who's actually employed the runes in the present for whatever magical / spiritual practice she has applied them for. And her experience with them would be very interesting to me one way or another, rather, where good, bad, or otherwise, whatever it might be. I would be very curious to read and understand that. And I do think that someone who is good at, if they are successful in tarot reading and other divination, they might do well with divination with the runes. So perhaps there's that. Again, I don't know, and I would like to learn more. Our next one, and Michael has left us, but hopefully he will listen to this later down the line. He had to go to bed. Understandable. It's very late on the East Coast. Svan, could you delve deeper into your personal opinion on when it is proper to stand or kneel in worship or oath swearing?
Ooh. Well, I think there's quite a bit of there's a bit of that. One thing is I think you actually, when you were my mentor for the Gothi program, something you said really hit home was, if you're willing to stand up for a judge, if you're willing to put a tie on for a judge, but you're not willing to show respect and dress well for your gods, you got a problem. Like this is the wrong way of placing your efforts. And that really did hit home to me. And it opened up a great amount of the way that we do show respect in the military and in the Marine Corps. When an officer enters a room, you stand up and you yell out that there's an officer on deck, and everyone stands up, or you salute. There's these traditions of showing respect without necessarily prostrating yourself. And again, I think prostration is built on the nature of the relationship. And if your nature is fear, if your nature is to fear some sort of retribution because you are not, I don't know, perhaps eating the right things or sitting in the right places where a woman, is unclean, or eating shellfish, or any number of lists of things in which you fear that you're going against this list, and that the ultimate outcome is detrimental, then that is the source of your prostration, is fear, the fear of breaking those rules. Instead, if you go with, I wish to have someone witness my respect for them because of their honored position in my life, that is not prostration. That is noble. And it shows a sense that you are willing and wanting for that person to know that you have a great amount of respect for them. And it is not based out of fear, but it's based out of their station. And I can see no higher station than that of the gods. So why not give them any sort of sense of an honor? And it can be placed. And that's what I think is interesting about your question, is it can be placed at certain times. There are times in which you would stand up and give praise to the gods. There are times when you can kneel or sit and give praise to the gods. I have a tendency to look at them as more internal, external, amongst community and or outside. Oftentimes it is much better, in a sense, to stand, to perhaps hold arms up, head up, and to give a hailing to the gods based out of the situation that you're in. Whereas indoors, before harrows and before even personal home harrows, I kneel I kneel sometimes one-legged. Sometimes I even have a chair that is a kneeling chair that oftentimes is applied. So I think that there is the right time, but ultimately it's based on the caveat of, are you fearful or are you giving honor because of station? And I think that no one in certain other religions can actually say they're giving honor and station because their entire religion is predicated on fear. So they cannot separate that, but we can. And so then it would be very much the highest point is to give respect to the highest of gods, the high gods themselves, the ones above all and in the place above. At that point, I have absolutely no problem showing honorific gestures. And as long as they're done authentically, I don't think that they should be done. I don't think that people should be doing these gestures just for the sake of doing them. They have a measurement of purpose. And again, movement during ceremony is important. We walk into areas, we circle around areas, we kneel down, we stand up, we hold our arms up, we take sacred vessel, we lean forward. Sometimes we hold our hands forward to take anointment or sprinkling. There's a lot of movement in ceremony, and it isn't just, again, the hyper focus on kneeling, standing, or what have you. I think it's just all part of it, and people focus way too much because, again, they don't want to go into the religion with a predication of fear, and I don't think that that's even present for us, so why not do it?
I know that this was specifically asked of Svan, but I would really like to speak on this. When I talked about things that we need to unlearn, one of the sacred cows, if you will, of Asatru originally was this, chest thumping. I don't kneel before my gods. I stand and the gods are my friends. And I can't even say it without having a disrespectful tone to it. I get where people were coming from. There was an attitude at the beginning to define Asatru by it being anti-Christian. So everything the Christians did, we needed to do the opposite. And that's a first step, but ultimately it's wrongheaded. Asatru, the rights and wrongs of Asatru are decided by Asatru, not in response to a foreign creed and what they do, but in a response to what our ancestors valued and what they didn't, what's noble to do and what's not. So one of the ideas was, well, we're Asatru because, Christians are subservient and kneel, and we don't kneel because we're every individual's their own, whatever. Again, that's an overreaction. You're absolutely right. Christianity is about submission to their God that demands they kneel and also demands they don't have pride or dignity in themselves, that they're saved by faith alone and not by works that none should boast. That religion is very foreign to ours. But yes, one of the hallmarks of that is a demand that everyone kneel and must have this forced submission to their God. You don't have to kneel in Asatru, but I think you should consider why you think what you think, and if it's baggage from something else, or if it's an actual tenet of our faith. Worship is our word. The Jewish word is something else. Worship comes from worthship, which means to apply worth to something or to recognize and, acknowledge that relative worth. Our gods are worthy of worship. They are our gods. They are worthy of recognizing that. And I think that there is an internal trauma if we have a person who refuses to kneel before their gods but will go visit me at my martial arts class and doesn't think twice about kneeling and bowing, or goes to court, all rise, the honorable so and so presiding. They'll rise for that judge and they'll sit down when they're told to sit. They'll, join the military and they will stand at attention and salute superior officers. So they recognize rank and superiority, but they wouldn't kneel before the great gods of our folk. That tells me it's an internal issue with them and their perception of what they feel kneeling represents. And again, they don't have to. The standard stance of worship in the AFA is standing in the Allies pose with arms upstretched towards the heavens. But something is wrong, and it tells me that either there is something mentally that has caused you to feel that the act of kneeling is some humiliation towards yourself, which it's not in and of itself, or that you must not really conceive of our gods as real. If a literal God appears before you, one of your gods that you are loyal to, and you wouldn't take a knee, but you would towards a king, if you would kneel before your king, certainly you should kneel before our gods. The one, if you would do the one, then you should certainly do the other. If you're willing to do acts of showing respect for authority and you recognize the authority of officers or of judges or of any other number of people that you see as a legitimate authority, it tells me that you don't see our gods in that way. And that's something that needs to be rectified. But the act of kneeling isn't humiliating. Everyone who is knighted and received knighthood would kneel before their monarch to be knighted, the king of their folk. There's no shame in that. As a matter of fact, there's a great dignity in recognizing your place in a hierarchy and embracing that with respect. That's a dignified thing, not a humiliation. Context is everything. If the foreign invader demands you bow before them, that's something different. If someone, in an attempt to humiliate you as a conqueror, makes you bow in subjugation, that's different. But bowing in worship and respect for your gods, that's beautiful. And I don't think there's anything terrible about that. But I know that a lot of people come with some baggage on it. And I do know that that's something that was stressed early on in Asatru a lot, is this rugged individualism that we've talked about and a rejection of anything that Christians do. And a big part of that was the idea that we don't kneel before our gods. Our gods are gods. They're not our homies. They're not like our buddies. There's no equality. We live in illusion if we pretend that's the case. No, our gods are real and they are gods. And we revere them and worship them. That's what one does towards gods of his folk. Yes, I don't want to beat that one up, but that's an important thing. And I know it's something that, especially for folks that, depending where they found Asatru and under what concept they were taught our faith, can start with some initial, resistance to that as an idea. Next up, Matt and Svan, have either of you seen the Vikings TV show, and what are your thoughts on it? I'm talking about the one that started in 2013, starring Travis Fimmel as Ragnar. Svan, commence your rant about shoulder pelts.
I can honestly say, for anybody who might be surprised or not, I don't know, I have only seen the first episode of the Viking show. I've never seen any more out of that than the first episode. I think that the the battle scene and the showing of Lord Odin, like kind of moving about with the crows around and the ravens. A lot of that imagery, it's pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool. But I heard the story kind of deviates, and I never really just got into it. I never had a chance to. And then by the time I was possible to do it, I just didn't have the time, with work and homeschooling children and things like that. There's not a lot of time for things. It's the same with the Northmen. I haven't seen the Northmen either. So a lot of people, especially at my work, they're like, "Oh, you had to have seen this, right? You've had to have seen this." And I'm like, "No, I haven't. I haven't seen it at all." So I think, I don't know. Again, my rant would be simply this. It's kind of like those books that inspire people to learn more, and then they grow away from the fan fiction of it, the shoulder pelting, the black paint, the living like a barbarian, and then they come to a realization later on, no, their ancestors weren't like that at all. But other people, no, this is just something that they're clinging to. It's an attitude again. It's that kind of like, I'm not kneeling for nobody. I'm going to put these runes on my face and get a mohawk ponytail and go to Ren fairs. And that's kind of all they do. We're in a different league. We're not the same. I'm being nice about it.
Well, I saw, so again, on that first episode, seeing Odin appear in visions as a god and not just as some silly character, but as being treated religiously on the battlefield with the ravens, that was really special. There were things about it that was the first time that a lot of us saw that depicted in media in a religious context. And that was neat. There was things about it that were kind of cool. I watched way more of it than I should have. But I think I've seen about every episode of it or whatever. And it's really historically inaccurate. And I'm not just talking about the merging of characters from different places and times into one narrative. I get that. But there is this modern conception of Vikings that they were these primitive, barbarous, filthy, only wore black and primitive furs and were completely uncivilized. And again, it's the idea to juxtapose, oh, well, Christians and civilized Europe was this way. Well, the Vikings have to be the opposite of that. And that's not how it was. Anyone who's studied about Vikings for any amount of time, no, I would go so far as to say a majority of Viking Age artifacts are personal hygiene items, are like trimmers for beards and mustaches and stuff to get crap out of your ears and like stuff and combs, a lot of combs, because there was a long hair culture. So the combing and braiding and taking great care with your appearance. Vikings loved bright colored clothing and, being clean. One of the things that they were, because they did bathe and clean themselves regularly, made them an outcast from other parts of Europe where that wasn't something you did. And then when they went into just this moral license of, here, let's have a three-way with my wife and all this other just degeneracy, because again, the Christians had morality, so the Vikings needed to be the opposite. That's not true. And it's disrespect. They portrayed our faith through that concept and our values through that concept in a way that's very disrespectful to real things that we believe. So yeah, and when you looked at the Gothar, they're these strange, like, freak mutants that like are deformed and
I
and
saw
like,
that on YouTube.
yeah, and it's gross and it's disrespectful, and it's just really inaccurate, and so it made it very uncomfortable to watch. But it did inspire people to look into their heritage and look into our ancestral faith and look into that. And I'm sure some amazing people have come home to Asatru because of it inadvertently. Next up, also for you, Svan. Yeah, can you explain what is the tripartite?
The tripartite. The tripartite is an Aryan religious component. I think it is in every Aryan religion, and it is worth looking at. And the best way to look at it for us, and this is based off of observation of our faith in literature, poetry, and even observation from outsiders, from Tacitus to the Eddas, the idea of the three presenting or being focused upon as of the gods. And I'm speaking right now mainly in the Teutonic sense. Tacitus spoke clearly that the Germanic people honored Mars, Mercury, and he mentioned like divine Hercules. And so, again, he mentioning these three. We clearly see in the Eddas, there is the usage of the king that is high king, just as high king, and the third. Again, this is establishing the tripartite. We see it with Adam of Bremen mentioning in Uppsala that the Swedes have Thor in the center, and then they have the furious one and the fruitful one next to him. And so a lot of people get caught up in this idea that they try to boil back Aryan religion into a sky daddy, earth mommy, or sometimes they don't even do the earth mommy. But they don't understand that our ancestors were polytheistic. I think this is a Christian reaction to try to boil the gods down into singularities. And what we see first and foremost is the functioning of a triplicate. We see this with Lord Woden himself as being a tripartite in Odin, Vili, and Ve. And I think that each of the tripartites, based off of my religious observations and Aryan religions and studying them, is that each of the tripartites, I'm not saying this is how the gods work. What I am saying is that this is most certainly how it is kind of framed out, whether it's a cultural representation of the powers of the gods or whether the gods are telling us this is how they function. The point of it is that there is always seeming to be a dynamic lord. So one, I would say the tripartite is like three thrones, and one is dynamicism, the other is stasis, and the third one is catalytic. So we have the one that can go up and down, the one that can go around the edges or left and right, and the one that maintains position. And how that plays out for a lot of people is different everywhere. And then you have even more confusion when you start to look at different Aryan cultures and you try to not fit the gods into perhaps their dominions or thrones, but try to fit the gods into other gods. And I think that's where we get a lot of confusion and fallacy. But the tripartite is clearly Aryan, and it doesn't always follow in the same patterns that we always think of. It's unique to the culture. If you look at the Etruscans, who called their gods Aesir, they had a tripartite, but it was a singular. It was the head of their gods, the masculine, and his two wives, in essence, was their tripartite. And for them, the gods, all the gods, and what made the gods was their ability to throw lightning. Again, I think this is a very Hellenic concept of the power of divinity. But there is a tripartite. The Hellenics, like the Romans and the Greco-Romans, have a tripartite. The Slavs, a tripartite. The Gauls, a tripartite. The Germanics, a tripartite. Going all the way back to the Bhagavad Gita and into when the Vedic movement into India, there is a tripartite. It is a huge pinnacle structuring of the heavenly fathers in a way. And again, it also seems to change. Sometimes the heavenly fathers have, like, the culture will emphasis more on stasis as an important factor of divinity. And so they'll focus on that throne and the Lord that fills it. Others will focus on dynamicism and the Lord that fills it. Others will go with catalysm. And sometimes I think it moves. I think that the Swedes had Thor in the center of their tripartite at that time of year with the function of giving honor where honor was due. So I don't think it was a singular thing. Like, you can't have Tyr or Thor have any sort of honorific position that outsways Odin. And I think this is greatly emphasized by people who are trying to take polytheism and turn it into like Shivaism in Hindu, or Vishnuism that is becoming very popular in Hinduism now, boiling things down and kind of making this quasi monotheism. And perhaps they're thinking that it'll attract more people home, but I think it leads down the improper usage and understanding of the way our ancestors interacted with the multiplicity of the gods.
Absolutely. Real quick, it didn't show up, but I've been reading the chat. John, you talked about the so John said a long time ago, an old friend of his was telling him about Odinism and how it was different from monotheism. And he was like, we don't pray and beg the gods for stuff. We let them encourage us. I think that is a overly simplistic way of expressing what we do in our faith. And I think that attitude was really common at a earlier stage in the modern development of our faith. When again, it was defining Asatru by how different it was than another religion, as opposed to defining Asatru of its own terms. We absolutely pray. We don't beg our gods for stuff, but we do ask for things that are beyond our power. And one of the things we often ask for is them encouraging us or inspiring us or those type of things. We don't, our prayers aren't always asking for things. Very often they're prayers of thanksgiving or of, just honoring the gods at different times. Sometimes we ask things. Very often we offer things. That earlier attitude tends to be from folks that treat the gods as concepts and archetypes and not as gods. When you interact with a god, you pray. Just like some of the other conversation about bowing or kneeling or anything else, if one of our literal real gods appears before you, you take a knee before a god. And if you wouldn't, you're not truly putting yourself in that scenario. So yeah, the next question from Finn Wraith. What do you think of Wicca? Svan, what do you think of Wicca?
Oh, wow. What a tragic story, Wicca, as a it is a tale of woe, and I'll explain it. It's I think that Wicca started out as a resurgence of Anglo-Saxon folklore, and I'm talking before the introduction of perhaps ritualistic themes from other sources, whether it's Hermetic magic or like a lot of people talk about Aleister Crowley and the Golden Dawn and all of that, and and then there's even the rejection of that to a point where it's also kind of foolish, and I'll get into that in a second. But ultimately, it was starting out as it was a reemergence of the folklore practices of the Anglo-Saxons, and it was coming about at a time, I think, where there was this instigation of these mini revolutions, religious revolution, clearly one of them. And one of the reasons why we harp on not building a faith based out of rejection is that once it kind of compiled with you taking folklore, but mainly really focusing on witches. Why witches? Well, because they were burned by the church. Okay, so we're going to focus on that antithesis. Then we're going to mix it with ritualistic magic and, again, a sense of like powerlessness. Women who are powerless in a patriarchal society have their way to make power again by practicing, Wicca. And this is where it starts to layer on this tale of woe. We know that our ancestors held the mothers in great respects, and it's consistently placed throughout our lore. The idea of kind of a lower class beyond breeding age woman was more of a Hellenic thing, to be honest. And I'm not showing any derision to them. It's just that was the case a lot, like especially in mentioning in Athens and in Rome. But again, it was just used as a vehicle to kind of antagonize ideas, and all at the other tragic part was denying its source. Over time, I remember seeing these Wiccans say, "Oh no, it's Celtic magic. It's because it was okay to be Celtic. It wasn't okay to be Anglo-Saxon." They started stripping a lot of the core of where a lot of those traditions come from in the Vannic practices of common folk in Anglo-Saxon times. I did see some movements towards that. Matter of fact, what caught my eye initially was there was a movement called Sayax Wicca. It was by a very popular guy named Raymond Buckland, and I'm not saying he's cut from a different cloth, but one thing that truly interested me was the usage of Anglo-Saxon runes and the usage of the actual like ethnic origins of Anglo-Saxon belief in relation to Lord Wodan, as he said, and Lady Freya or Arfria. And I thought that was interesting. But beyond that, there's not much gravity in what he was doing. But it again spurned me in the proper direction. It was a signpost. But it's a tragic story that ultimately is about marking people towards antithesis, politicizing a religious view, or not even a religious view. It's taking atheism and turning it into a political religion. Ultimately, that's what I have seen over the decades that I've been intertwined with it. I have seen it because like when I was younger, I would go to local bookstore, pagan bookstore, and things like that, and see a lot of that. These people, saying they're in a nature religion while sucking down cigarettes, and drinking vapidly, or using it as an excuse for whether it's hedonism or political ideology. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Overall, at the end of the day, the divine is being melted down into, again, like a subservient sky daddy and a big powerful earth mommy, and it doesn't really matter what they do because they're not reverencing anything outside of themselves. They're just worshiping the divine through themselves. So in essence, worshiping themselves, and it becomes this kind of hedonistic, masturbatory, political drama. And all the while, the biggest loss is that it originated from such a beautiful place, the Anglo-Saxon wort culture, wort craft, leech craft, the usage of herbs and the knowledge that our mothers of ancient days had was just kind of washed away into, like, hot topic fishnet, dirty car Ren Fair girls that frequent drum circles for hedonistic reasons. That's my take on Wicca.
There you have it.
I hope this gets quoted. I hope somebody sees it.
Yeah, I don't have any more to add. I think Svan covered it really well. Wicca in Gardner's day probably had a little bit more meat to it. Now it's just, yeah, that's what it is. It's licensed to hedonism. It's a rejection of, like, any kind of exclusion for any reason and any kind of behavior imperative, and it's just a mask for degeneracy at this point, unfortunately. And I do think that it originally came from a noble attempt to reestablish a form of native spirituality of our people, but very, very quickly that was co-opted into a really not great way. Callum, we have no questions over on entropy, so either you did something that didn't work well with their system, or it's not working. Wouldn't surprise me. I really want entropy to be better than it is, but it's not great, and so we give it less attention than we did starting out. It really doesn't. Yeah. So I don't have any questions from you over there, but if you got a question here, I'm happy to answer it. Our next one is Meaty from the Wolf Throne. Matt and Svan. I'm gonna let you go first on this, Svan. I've been taking more interest in Sanatana Dharma and listening to Sri Dharma Pravartaka Acharya talk and rant about stuff on his channel. I know absolutely nothing about Vedic religion, but his claim is that Sanatana Dharma is the authentic Vedic path and is purely based on Vedic texts, as opposed to modern Hinduism. Anyway, my question is, how much crossover do you think there is between Sanatana Dharma and Asatru? And do you think the Vedic scriptures can be of use to us, considering they are some of the oldest Aryan religious texts ever recorded? Also, while he says the gods and goddesses are 100% real beings, he also talks a lot about God, in quotation marks, and demonic forces. And he also says Jesus was a Vedic guru. Anyways, I thought that was interesting, and I wanted to hear your take on it.
Okay. First off, I remember having this conversation with a gentleman who was deep. He even did time as a Hare Krishna, and then he was deeply invested in Hinduism, and then he became folkish because the revelation of reality kind of set in. And he spoke about how there wasn't a great crossover. And I could see, like, it's for a lot of people, it's hard to see a connecting bridge because there's years and years and years of Hinduism evolving. Whereas for Asatru, there's this kind of cliffhanger, and then there's a lot of pieces that we have to put together. But like I began to speak about Lord Frey, the battle-ready prince riding on the horse with bloody hooves, wielding a sword that fights for itself while he laughs in joy as the distraught as in the war between the gods as they fight in heaven. And he just never conceptualized the gods that way. He saw the poetic poems. It was just kind of flat for him. And he's like, you're speaking about Lord Frey like he's, Lord Krishna. And it's like, I can see the similarities there, but the problem is that people fall short on their perspective of their own native faith. And they end up kind of looking at it flatly. And I think that they gravitate towards the spice, if you will. I'm using that just in a funny sense, but like the spice road of the Vedic sense. But we have that. I mean, if we're talking about eternal Dharma, the first Lord I would immediately bring up would be the wide ruler, Vidar. He is the Lord of eternal Dharma. If we're talking about I'm going to say it wrong. It's not, how do you say, as you said, Sanatana is eternal, but there's another Dharma that's brought with it. It's spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita, and I can't remember the name of it. It's like Sudra Dharma, but the difference between personal versus corrective Dharma in the world around you, and the difference between like doing no harm and having to do harm that takes place in our faith. It is clearly Lord Vidar and Lord Vauli. And we have the corrective internal Dharma versus the exuding corrective Dharma in the world around us. And we can use the word Dharma because that's just like using the word shaman. It has a value in our language, but it's corrective action. It is in our faith. It's just that a lot of people lack, and instead will go towards the copious amounts of lore and books and things that were written. And unfortunately, Vedic religion has changed greatly over time and has greatly incorporated concepts that are not part of the folk anymore. And I think that that's something, that we should consider. So, I think it has a lot of crossover. It's just the matter of perception, of understanding what we're doing here versus what others are doing. And to try to step away from seeking the exotic, seeking the a lot of that simply because, it's the oldest Aryan, scriptures. It's like, yes, but also no. And it is here. It's just are you perceiving it? Are you seeing it in your own and hearing it in your own stories, in your own blood, in your own practice? Do you want to go and see like, Priya and not Frigga, and understand that just let Priya go, take Frigga. She is yours. That is of your people. She is the gods of your folk. That's how you can interact with her and understand her. If you're understanding that, the great Deva mother is Nertha and the earth, Ertha, and so on and so forth. Understanding the tripartite, like I brought up before, and seeing the tripartite that the Vedics did with Vishnu and Indra and Agni. They had their own tripartite. Perhaps there is a relation. Perhaps we could look at Agni and see Heimdall, and we can speculate a lot of that. But at the end of the day, no, we have our faith. They have theirs. And I think that more people should take solace in understanding their perspective instead of buffering with kind of a lot of the other things that, I think a lot of people desperately place in. I know the Hindu bros are probably going to be, upset with me. There's the same thing. They're the same thing, but I'm saying that we should focus more on what we are doing as a people, and we can compare notes, we can look over, we can even greatly respect, but I don't think we should copy.
So first, Acharya Ji has always been a really good ally of ours, very complimentary. He talks about Steve McNallen, our founder, in a number of his works and recognizes, Steve as an important religious figure, recognizes the validity and the importance of Asatru and that Asatru is in fact a dharmic religion. So I really appreciate and have a lot of respect for him personally. The concept of each racial group following their correct relationship to their divinities is a dharmic concept that he espouses that I think is good and right. And he kind of separates world religions into dharmic religions that follow the natural order of things and the religions that aren't that. And any true folk religion of a people tends to be a dharmic faith, whereas world rejecting faiths aren't. There is and somebody who is more in the midst of it would have a better, more nuanced take on this. But the line between Vedic religion and Hindu religion all depends on who you talk to. And I don't think that you can cleanly separate the two, other than the people that want to champion Vedic religion talk about how Hinduism is, a corrupted modern reflection of it, and they harken back to the true Vedic religion. I think Hindus would say that so do they, and they would reject that premise. And as someone who is neither of those two things, they look real similar, and I think that the line between the two is not easy to define. Certainly, in the most ancient of times, there was a absolute connection between us and, those of us who became us and those of us who became them go back to a common Aryan root in the distant mists of prehistory. But I think that's one of the first big points of separation between our folk. We talk about other Aryan spiritualities and how they broke off. They all broke off from one another at a much later stage. So the commonality is more obvious and applicable in, say, Celtic belief or Rodnovery or even Roman or Hellenic belief. Vedic religion looks foreign, and there's reasons that it looks foreign. It is most often practiced by people that aren't us, or people that are us who want to seek out the exotic. There is a lot of writing in early Vedic scripture that is lacking in European branches of Aryan religion, and that's true. But I think even at the stage of a lot of that writing, it was still past that original truth and that original stage. And the culture that's developed around it is it looks Hindu. And the reason it looks Hindu is because it's greatly influenced by that culture in that part of the world and in that stage of development. And a lot of that is very foreign. And one of the reasons that it's appealing is in its foreignness. People seek out something exotic. They reject traditional, quote unquote, traditional Western spirituality, which to most of us growing up is Christianity or, perhaps Judaism or something else that they're more familiar with. But Hinduism or Vedic practice, that's pagan, that's other, that's different, and that's very appealing in a lot of ways. It's unbroken tradition since the myths of the distant past is also very appealing. The structure that it provides, that's built off of an existent structure for a very long time, is also very appealing. Just because it has fun bells and whistles that look cool doesn't make it the right choice, though. We have a very fundamental and primal connection to Asatru because it's ours. And it relates to us, and it's very similar to us, and it makes sense, and it's familiar, and it works. That's because it is genetically linked to us in the most direct and best way. Perhaps they have similar claims, but I've never heard this. One of the things that's very gratifying about Asatru is when people find it, they feel like they're coming home to something that's very natural to them. I have not heard that about people who have joined the Sanatana Dharma movement. There are points of commonality. There's certainly points of commonality in worldview, but I think we veer further away from Asatru by trying to incorporate that corpus of literature than by focusing on the things that we know, that we grasp, that are relevant to modern Asatru and that are working very well for us. I think trying to back engineer Vedic practice is frustrating, and I don't ultimately think it's particularly fruitful. And at the end of the day, I don't feel that's what our gods want us to do. I feel that they do want us to practice Asatru. As far as his, talk about God, they have this idea of a supreme Godhead. Not that the other gods don't exist underneath that dominion, but and I don't want to overspeak, but typically, and knowing some of the schools that Acharyaji learned from initially, that perhaps Krishna is like the supreme Godhead and the other gods exist under his dominion. And I think that's perhaps how they look at it. I know that he has a lot of respect for Prabhupada and the original Hare Krishnas in that regard. So I'm assuming that, but typically they'll pick one of their Hindu gods and say that's the Godhead, and the rest are different manifestations or separate legitimate entities that are gods, but that are underneath a bigger God force. Also, they'll go one further and they'll be like a prime mover, disinterested, creative God that creates all of these things, but any of the interaction is done through intermediary gods. And so that's one of the things when they talk about God, I know it can be off-putting when we're used to hearing it in a Christian context, but God's a title and not somebody's name. And so that's one of the things. I think we grow up thinking that, the Jewish God is God, but no, he's Yahweh, who is the God of the Jews. And he talks about, God, demonic forces, and Jesus being a Vedic guru. I think people like to do that and feel some kind of need to co-opt Jesus into their tradition a lot of the time. That's a common esoteric thing to do. I think that's still a part of our folk that don't feel comfortable completely leaving that behind. And so they try to force it into their context. And I think you see that in very, very early practices of, proto-Asatru, where they'll come up with, some fanciful theory of German archaeology where, you know, Jesus was really an ancient Germanic, you know, form of one of our gods, and all of that stuff is not true. And it's a lot of people playing a lot of mental gymnastics to try to make it true because it makes the transition easier. But I don't believe there's truth in that. But I do know that's a fairly common thing to do. But yeah, I wish that those people who are of our folk, including Acharyaji, would join us. I would love to have him, you know, join the AFA and embrace Asatru and approach divinity through something that is closer to his roots. And I believe he's a Spaniard predominantly. Finn Wraith, have either of you guys watched The Last Kingdom? I've watched The Last Kingdom. It's silly for all of the reasons that I said that Vikings was silly. Its portrayal of history is grossly inaccurate and silly. I've not read the source books that it's a writing of. I think it's cool in the fact that it shines light on a time of history that's really interesting, but it's gross how it misportrays it. That's all I really got on it. Svan, do you have any thoughts on it?
I'm going to disappoint again. I haven't seen it. I've heard that it was, better than the Vikings as far as the Anglo-Saxon kind of kingships, but I haven't seen it. And again, that's mainly because of time to do things as far as, teaching my children in the morning, going to work in the noon to late evenings, and then coming home and doing other things, and then going back to bed and kind of rinse and repeat. So I live an existence very much in what's kind of going on right in front of me. And so I don't have a lot of time to do that. I wanted to say something too, just about the previous question, and something that Wolf Throne just said about, he's too devoted to his gods. One of the things of my understanding about Sanatana Dharma is obligation. I've said obligation before, and it threw a lot of people off because, again, it's kind of like the kneeling subject, is that we are obligated or indebted to our gods, and so therefore with the ond in our lungs, we should then kind of continue the gift cycle. I think that resides a little bit in our faith as well as the idea of this obligational devotion, but I think that a lot of Hinduism will, I cannot see unless you are my eyes. I cannot walk unless you are my feet. There's a lot of that involved. I think that Asatru should look at the gods more and pray to the gods that they witness our deeds, and that they should consider that the gods are watching them and not live a life where they think they can just do whatever and the gods aren't even paying attention or what have you. I wish that Asatru would have more devotion and piety to the gods, but I also don't think that we have a kind of the more Eastern Asian sense of like vast, devotion in temples that are placed around the idea of like the obligation to correct Dharma is simply through worship and not living.
Wolf Throne, I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding. If the basic premise is that the Vedic religion is our shared ancient religion, that Asatru is a branch of, then his gods are our gods, just with a blue coat of paint that they tend to do over there. The gods exist and are, no matter what name we call them by, as far as our racial gods. The whole point of Dharma is you worship the Dharma or the gods of your people and your ancestors. As a Spaniard, his gods and our gods are the same gods. I think that he is perhaps too devoted to the trappings that he has, the lens that he has seen his gods through. But fundamentally, and I think that he believes that his gods and our gods are the same gods as well, with different names and a different cultural understanding to them. So I think he should come home to Asatru. And I hope he does sometime. That said, also from Finn Wraith, what do you think of the Marvel Thor? And do you think it has done more good or harm to our beliefs? So as opposed to the other two things talked about, the Vikings and Last Kingdom, Marvel Thor is obviously about a comic book and existing in a comic book universe. In that way, I think that it gets people curious sometimes about Asatru. It's also cringy and obnoxious. I don't think it has done any damage to Asatru, certainly, because nobody who practices Asatru is confused that, a 1960s comic book is authentic lore. I don't think it's really done much to confuse that. I've seen it confuse little kids, and I've seen that be a thing. But ultimately, I think it's probably led people to be more curious about our lore. The others, however, display real history. And I think that's far more dangerous, because I think the casual person watching assumes, oh, well, clearly they must be working with, facts, and then they misunderstand history. So that's my take on it. What's your thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on that for right now, Svan?
That's interesting that you brought that up. It's just the relationship between miscuing historical things versus, creating a fantasy realm is along with, like, say, Lord of the Rings, it exists within that world encapsulated. So, I never put much stock in it, even growing up. I became Asatru when I was a teenager, and before that, I read comic books. I think a lot of kids in the 80s and early 90s read a lot of comic books. I never equated the two. I saw some of them, and they were interesting with the way that they would artistically draw certain things. I remember seeing a drawing in one of the comics of Brahe, Lord Brahe, and he had runes on his tongue, and I was like, whoa, what is that? And then I actually looked it up and was reading about it, and sure, there is a mention of Lord Brahe having runes on his tongue. I thought that was really cool. But outside of that, I never really saw the two together. I think that a lot of people do get confused when it comes, especially with the idea of how Loki plays in our stories versus the Marvel thing. And again, they're attuning themselves to the anti-hero and the making the imminent threat sexy and trying to sell it. They do that a lot. They make clear enemies into kind of quasi heroes. That, I think, is the most detrimental thing for me, in my opinion. On that is not so much Thor, but how they have kind of utilized Loki to perpetuate these kind of false notions of, well, not every good guy's good and not every bad guy's bad. And I mean, most of us could probably complain about that in any other form of media, but that's one of them that really just sticks in my craw about it. It's they're just watering it all down. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's relative. And if a name and an entertainment kind of gets people to go look on a Wikipedia and look things up, and that leads them down the road, then at the end of the day, the end result is far outweighs the initial spark, if you will.
All right. Well, the next question is, what are your thoughts on getting rune tattoos? I do not have any tattoos. I have no strong thoughts or feelings about it. It's just something that I never got into, and the older I get, the more it's like, if I'm going to deviate from that, I have to have a really good reason or a really good plan in place. But I don't have any great taboo against that I think some people do. A lot of people have, really specific ideas of how it should be done. Svan, what are your thoughts on runic tattoos?
I have runic tattoos. Good and bad. Good. What oftentimes is lacking in modern Asatru, you will find it when, especially in older Asatru, if somebody was to say they got a Valknot tattooed on their body, there was a sudden visceral realness that the practitioners of Asatru would say, "What are you doing?" Like Lord Odin, that's like him owning you. Like that is you're a cog in the machinations. Suddenly, and I remember so viscerally that people that we would talk to about getting Valknots on our skin,
Spear
Lord
goes
Odin-
here.
Yes, yeah, but I never heard modern Asatru folk speak of Lord Odin so viscerally real as in relation to the Valknot and the tattoo. And so, in my opinion, that was kind of a good thing in the sense that for once, a lot of modern Asatru folks were considering the gods as powerful beings with caveats to the way that we act with them. That I found great value. As far as the runes go, and again, they kind of leaned on it, and I am in that group of the specifics. If you get a rune tattoo and it's not sung properly, it's not sacrificed properly, it's not done properly, as we will see in the Runetal, it will be made mention of, then I feel that it's more of, again, kind of perhaps a placeholder, more symbolic. It has more connections to perhaps linguistics and symbology than it does to actual rune magic. And that is the difference. And I think that when you play around with magic, because it is very real for me, if you do it correctly, you have to do it properly and you have to do it with great consideration. If you're not doing it from a magical standpoint, but from a symbolic standpoint, then having runes that are juxtaposed, having somebody who maybe isn't even Asatru tattooing it on your body doesn't necessarily hold a great visceral caveat of it having like you're dooming yourself, your limb's going to shrivel up, or you're going to be followed by ravens with diapers in their mouths for the rest of your days. It's this kind of concept of the symbology of it, I think, is important. It does, I think, a very good thing in the sense of us taking our cultural art and expanding on it. I'm big into tattoos. I used to give tattoos, and I'm, re-breaking out some of my stuff. And I really enjoy the artwork that comes about from it. Even some of the more like primitive Bronze Age style that's coming out in tattooing, and some of the Slavic like fabric knotwork that's starting to catch a lot of attention. It used to be a lot of Celtic knotwork. So I think that that's good in its expression, and I would encourage people to adorn their bodies if they feel the need so, with art of their people and of the folk. And don't get a Chinese tattoo, don't get a Japanese tattoo, don't that stuff. Go away from that. If you're going to get tattoos of your folk. And again, the visceralness, I'm still a kind of like, if somebody tells me, I'm going to get a Valknot, I'm still very real in my hesitate. I try to tell people, don't do that. Like, this is not the path. Do you understand? Like just like what Asatru said, once you see behind the curtain, sometimes it is not joy that you find behind that place, but woe, and, be middle wise. But I have no problem with it. I have runic tattoos. I also think culturally for us, our tattoos should be something that are more intimate and shared with people that are close to us. I wear long sleeve shirts, not because I'm ashamed of my tattoos, but because the only people that know I have those tattoos are people that are close to me. Outside of that, there's no necessity for anyone outside of my folk or outside of my family to know that I even have those tattoos. So it's not about showing them off and flexing. I think it should be more about personal devotion and intimacy with your kinfolk. So few people know that I have a lot of tattoos. So
yeah, Svan takes off his shirt. He's like the Occidental Yakuza.
yes.
All right. Well, thank you guys tonight. That was our last question of the evening. We are taking a break next week. Svan and I will be in Florida, but we have a special treat for you. Brandy will be hosting, and we will have a all Githia episode. I believe all of our Githias are going to be on and do that. The last time we did a Githia episode, it was very well received. You guys treat them well, ask good questions, be a good audience, and I look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks. If I don't see you earlier at Charming of the Plow. So please, if you want, come join us there. That's in White Springs, Florida. Would love to see you there. Until then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.